All right. Hello, y'all. Hold on. I'm going to see if I can get rid of this thing. Boop. Okay. So, whew, let's go. Let's go. Wow. Hey, Love. Hey, HD. Hey, Dawn. Hey, Petra. Oh my God, we have so much to read on. So much to read on. Oh, Lord. Battles are so triggering. Like, I have a goal thingy for one of the campaigns that are like, do 10 battles. Yeah, no. I won't be doing 10 battles. Like, they're so triggering. I hate them so much. Yeah, I don't like them. They make me feel incredibly uncomfortable. Which I guess means I should be doing more, right? I don't know. They just make me feel so uncomfortable. It's like being in PE, like, pick me. And that's kind of what it feels like. It feels like a pick me situation. I don't know. Hi, beautiful. What's up, Elise? Okay, so we got so much to read on. I don't even know where to start. Like, hey, Becky, I have no idea where to start. And I got my video posted, but I got it posted like 2 minutes late. So, yeah. Oh my God, I broke this. My next video I have to do is on this lint thing, and I think I broke it. A lint shaver. Because this is my favorite. This is like my favorite dress, right? But if y'all notice, it has like the little... I don't know if you can notice because it's so dark, but it has that little lint ball situation. So I want to try it out. I think I broke this thing because I don't remember being out here like this. Oh my God. I think I broke it. Does it even work? I don't know. I got my tapper today, so yeah, this isn't even charged. I think I broke it. It doesn't go any lower, or does it? Oh, it does. Okay. And it has like these little teeny tiny razor thingies. I think I broke it, y'all. I think I broke it. Am I supposed to twist it? I don't know. I'll look in the box and see what I did wrong. Because I did something wrong. I know I did. Because I don't remember it being out here that far. So I think I broke it. Which would suck. How am I going to do a review on something I broke? Yay. Yay me. I don't think it was like this. I think it looks like one of those fans. And I noticed like a lot of it, oh, that definitely wasn't what... What did I just miss? Oh, girl, thank you for completing that goal. I'm so... Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, that's a spinny thing. Okay, I broke it. Okay, I need to see if I can find another top. I look at the picture or something. Oh, thank you, Carly. Hey, Leah, girl, where you been? Okay, so I'm gonna pick back up with the subscribers tomorrow at 7. Yay! Thank you for getting your heart me. Don't forget to comment and then go grab your points that are all the way up here, please. Okay, so first off, wait, is today the new moon or was it last night? All I know is I fell asleep, y'all, and it was so hard to get back up. It was just hard. I woke up at 3 or 4 this morning, and I was like, okay, I'll go live. Child, I went back to sleep. Oh no, I got up and did my book. I started working on my book because I took my Adderall, so I got caught. When is the new moon? Was it last night? Oh, it was last night. Child, I did. I missed it. It was last night. Child, I did. I missed it. It was last night. These freaking kids. I told her no calls after 9, and they're still calling. So what that will do is that will get my daughter in trouble. Okay. Sunday. It should be at 7. Well, let's go ahead and say 8 p.m. just to give me some time to cook them dinner. Because I know I'm not going to do it early. I got to finish this book. I'm nearly done with the book. I've done all the word searches. So I'm halfway done with the book, the Eagles book. It's just, I get so bored. All right, so this new moon in December is supposed to bring expansive, optimistic, and adventurous energy. It brought me sleep. It's supposed to be a free-spirited vibe of Sagittarius to your intentions, plans, and schemes. It brought me sleep. I don't know. It brought me sleep. Okay. I don't know. It doesn't feel like it was important for me. And it probably was because it's Sagittarius and I'm a Gemini. Oh, well, sun thing. Oh, you didn't sleep, child. Hey, Sam. You didn't sleep. Listen, I'm caught up. And then on top of that, my, it's Christmas vacay, so I get to turn off my alarms. Yes. I'm going to start on the next book. I think we're going to do the Steelers next. Yeah, the Eagles is pretty much done. I just need to plug and play my trivia questions. I hate this one. I don't know where I put the other one. Like coconut oil and me, we don't get along. We don't. You see how white it makes my lips? Okay, so just to run back over my list. Let's see. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Popular. You're gonna be popular. Okay, so y'all, like I said, we got so much to talk about. I'm not gonna be making any more AI videos. I'm not gonna make any more videos on AI. I decided that before I went to sleep. And it was interesting, is like, so I made the book and then I think I made one more video, right? I edited the video of me going through the Kennedy Center thing. Oh, I thought it said it was the 19th. It said the new moon was the 19th. New moon wishes. I'll do that tonight. I'll do that. Ooh, maybe we can do that before we close out. Is that everyone might write their new moon wishes? I think that'd be cool. Hey, Jiffy girls. Hey, Ellen. Oh, to the 21st. Oh, so we're good. I bought this at the Dollar Tree. Well, hold on. They have these cute little vases at the Dollar Tree. I got to clean it out. But this is what I'm going to do for my moon water when the next full moon happens. So I'm going to get that. That way I can bathe Nyx and stuff when I need to reset his energy. We'll see if that works. I'm not a ritual girly, but hey, I'll try something. But it's so cute, right? They're like purple. I love purple, obviously. That's why this is purple. That's why that's purple. My light's purple. I bought one of those color changing light bulbs. So that's purple. I hope you guys were able to see that Kennedy Center Honors. Yeah, I hope you were able to see it because I didn't look at it, but one of the people who, pops in and out sometimes for our community chats, they asked me to look at it and I completely forgot. And then when I was going through my mentions, trying to catch up because, I was kind of preserving my energy this week because after we did that reading, I was like, okay, I know to try not to pay attention to a lot of things this week. Whoo, child. And so I saw it in my mentions, and it was interesting because I saw it from a different point of view on the White House channel. And I was like, something's weird about it. Remember we were talking about Sylvester Stallone? And I was like, it's weird that Sylvester Stallone is getting honors from DJT. I mean, not that, I mean, the man has culturally impacted us. So it's not weird. Hey, girl. It's not weird that he got one. It's just weird who he got one from. And what was also interesting is how all these people were old as shit, right? Like they were just so old. And it just looked like a geriatric meeting. Like it was wild because they all looked really bad. Like they didn't age gracefully at all. And I was looking at Stallone, I'm like, he's so swollen, he's so weird, right? And the Kiss guy, I was like, why would Kiss be there? Because I don't know. You know, it was just really weird because I don't know if the honors were chosen before he got there. Like, is that a thing that's chosen like the year before? Who's going to get honored? Or, and it can't be because, like, look how late it was. And that's the other thing. I'm like, what's the timing of the Kennedy? Listen, I got so many questions. I love my brain. I ask a lot of questions. Mad respect to J. Megan because she doesn't just ask them. She goes finds the answers. A lot of times my brain goes, okay, we asked it. So next thing. But it's like, what's the timing of it usually? Like, when is it usually given? And then, yeah, it's just weird stuff because I don't remember the timing of things. I don't really remember a lot of things being done in December like that. Like, no, right? I don't know. Who's Melanie? I think, oh, okay. I think that is part of it, Joanne, is like a lot of people didn't want to receive it from him because he taints everybody. I'm trying not to say anything that'll get me restricted, but he's literally like the thing that gets left in the toilet, you know? And like when you touch him, like you get it on you. And so like your career is impacted. Your life is impacted because everybody knows he's literally a criminal. This isn't even conjecture. Like he's convicted. He's a like he should not be in like how did we get here? It's just okay. You see, I have those moments, right? So I try not to have those moments. Thank you, Carly. Thank you for helping me get that goal done, girl. Woo! Title gifted. All right. Yes, it's I just blah blah blah. You know, it's so weird. Like I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. I just feel like a baby. Sometimes I just have those moments of like, how did we get here? How did we get here? And I don't think racism is a good enough answer for that. I just don't. I just don't think that's enough of an answer to say how we got here. Excuse me. It's I mean, I know people are what they are, but I just don't know how we got here. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I just don't know. Anyway, enough of my crybaby moment because it's just like, how did we get here? I don't know. I'm stuck on that. Like, how the heck did we get here? Okay, so moving on and moving away from that. Okay, so I was listening to some readers yesterday to try to catch up because, you know, like I say, I do preserve my energy as much as I can sometimes. And the clairsentience, I haven't managed to harness either. I just haven't. Let's see something here. Thank y'all, by the way, for all the tapping. Moonwater. Okay, so Moonwater, I was watching this reader He's a scryer, which is something else I had to look up. But a scryer is someone who like stares into water or stares at this black obsidian mirror. And basically it helps. It's kind of like a crystal ball in a way. But basically it seems like it helps. Let me see if I can show you the scrying dish. Because I did put one in my thing, but it would be best to show it to you than for me to like try to explain it to you. Because I'm still learning stuff myself. And you know, I take what I can take and then I reject what I just don't have the mental capacity right now to explore and expand upon, as everybody should. You should not be trying to learn everything. It's not our job. Our job isn't to learn everything. But the scrying, okay. So I just added it to the cart so that y'all can see what I'm talking about. By the way, I know they've been pretty generous with coupons this week, so see if you have any that are worth getting or using. Okay, so the scrying dish, I'm looking forward to pen it. Oh, I got my tapper. Yay, it's charging right now. Oh, thank you. Hold on. Where did the scrying dish go? I need to check up on that tent I bought. I hope it's coming. I hope it's coming. I don't know. I'm always shy about getting stuff offline. Like, is it coming? Is it going to be there? I can't find the scrying dish. Where did I just put it? Oh, dear. I lost it. Where the heck is it? Is it like in the cart? Is it showing? I was trying to post it. Oh, there it is. Okay. So just to show you what it looks like. So that's the scrying dish, and it's black obsidian, and obsidian is a protecting, not necessarily, is it a crystal? I don't know, stone, gem, etc. But just so that y'all can look at it. And so it's supposed to, and I'm actually going to get one and see, because I do see sometimes I do see things outside of myself, but it's, or I might just try the scrying bowl. So let me see what his name is. That way I can tell you too, or you can check him out. He's annoying to me. He's a bit of a really nerdy, geeky type of person. I don't know. He annoys me. But so sometimes I watch him, sometimes I don't. I don't even know what his name is. Like, that's how much I don't really pay attention a lot. And he's very clickbaity in all his titles, but it works. So I can't really knock him for that. What is his name? I don't think I actually follow him. I think he just pops up because I check on it sometimes. Does anybody know what his name is? Wait, your husband said what? I haven't done Reiki. I haven't done a class. Wait. Oh, you're never going to pin my accent. Girl, I'm neurodiverse. You're never going to pin my accent. My accent is whoever I'm talking to, and sometimes just whoever I'm talking to up here. You know, you're never ever going to pin my accent. I'm from Miami, though. Oh, she does have a new movie. I think they made Amazon, because Amazon owns Warner Brothers. MGM. I think they own MGM. And they were made to do a movie. They were made to do a movie on Melania. And it's interesting because it's like, he doesn't really like her and she doesn't like him. So I don't understand all this putting her forward as if it's something. Okay. The man behind him looks small. His face was always blurred, Carly. I side-eye everybody. Everyone's been upset with everything they're doing. It's sad. How, like, I don't know how we got here. I just don't know. I want to watch The West Wing. I need to. But it did, yeah. It did create this community. You bought it, Suze? You've got to tell me how it goes, girl. Because I want to practice that. Oh, you bought the sponge? Did you buy the window sponge? Because that's what I need to get. Because I was like wiping my window and like all I was doing was just spreading whatever that is. So that sponge video sold me. When it comes, I will let y'all know how it works. Trust me. Yeah, I did just get on. I got on 21 minutes ago because I was responding to some messages. I haven't done Reiki yet. Oh, what director is that? What director is that? Interesting. I'm trying to find the guy. What is his name? Is that what your husband said? That like everything he touches turns to shit? Because that's basically what it is. Hold on, I'm trying to switch my profile to my spiritual profile because then I might be able to see him there. Oh my God, y'all, I'm up to 90 subscribers on YouTube. That's amazing. Oh, wow, I gotta watch this. So New Edition was on The View yesterday and they were doing a holiday melody. So you know I gotta watch this. Susan Lynn had an astrologer on with her today. Saturday Night Live did a cold open with Trump. Their Trump person. That's going to be good to watch. Oh, Susan Collins went after Levitt in the press briefing. That's good. Rosie Insights is also a good YouTube channel if you guys are collecting. It's so hard to listen to them, Dawn. Like, people are like, can you look at this video? Can you look at this video? I'm like, do y'all understand? Like, after I do a video, I can't watch anything else that has to deal with him. Like, it's really, even though right now it's AI, so like some of his voice is actually palatable. But when it's like really his voice, like when I go into other things, I have a visceral reaction. And I have had a visceral reaction since last summer when he was allowed to go back and then he got plastered all over the news. Everything. He was on all my home pages and everything. I had to remove the news app from my phone. I'm traumatized from his first admin. And I know a bunch of us are. I don't know if it has to be more than 2020. But I know that like after he got in for the first administration, I stopped paying attention. I completely went, I want nothing to do with him. But then in 2020, he was in our face every single day, in our face. And I was like, I can't. And so when he returned, when I tell you, I went, oh my God, I have PTSD. Like, because I mean, I can recognize it from being a trauma victim, or survivor, or whatever word we want to use. But I have PTSD from him, and I'm just like, how did y'all vote for him again? How? I don't even give a shit that he's in the Epi files because honestly, it's the Trump files. It's not even the Epi files. So I really don't even care. And what I mean by I don't care is it's a given to me. Like, it's such a given to me. Like, the fact that they're not even showing him, it's like, why are you bothering to, like, we know he's there. You know what I mean? And then the fact that you have the timing of this article was impeccable. I didn't cry, but I was badly affected. I'm talking about he was everywhere. But listen, the timing of this Vanity Fair article, like, that's what I'm like, Susie knew what she was doing. Susie knew when that article was going to be released. Susie knew everything, you know? And the timing of this article, because if you think about it, like 3 days ago, we get this article, right? And in the article, she says he's absolutely in it. And then 2 days later, we get fully redacted pages trying to not have him in there, except for one page, y'all. And that one page was pretty damning. You know? Like, somebody slipped up, and I don't think it was a slip, to be honest. I really think there's a lot of people crying from inside the house. Brett Ratner? What? See, I never actually read Lolita. I just know that that has something to do with this pedophilia stuff. So it's like, that didn't totally register with me, but... And let me show you the page. Hold on. Let me show you the page that they did not do. I think Jasmine had posted it. And then I was like, wait, what, girl? Hold on. Y'all let me be my... Oh, thank you, girl. Y'all are letting me be my most ADHD right now. Like, I'm waiting for the medicine to kick in. I did take it. Okay, so I think it was Jasmine. Did she post this? Oh, hold on. I forgot to do the hand thing. Okay, no, that's the Michael Jackson thing. Yeah, so Jasmine posted it, right? So she's like, I think this is on Threat. Yeah, it is. So she says, hold on, let me close this board. She says, did the DOJ really think about dropping hundreds of blackout pages? Like, that's going to count as complying with the law? And he's like, they allowed everything. They ignored whatever she said. I don't know. I can't read right now. But this is what's interesting. So she shows these pages, right? So it's like that one, that one, that one, that one. Oops. 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 Guess which one we missed? Oops. We missed a court case in which he was named as an initiator with this person 4 times. Oops. Darn, we missed a document, but guess what? It's not there anymore. They went and took 16 of those documents away. Oops. All right, hold on. I'm trying to find this guy. Oh, I know what his channel's called because I just heard him say it in my head. Welcome to Scrying Out Loud. That's what he says. Oh, okay, hold on. So, Scrying Out Loud. Like, I've never heard of scrying, but I guess scrying is like gazing into something. Oh my gosh, sorry. But like all his videos are clickbait titled, which is, it works because he gets 18,000 views, and it's like I get 5 views. But all of his videos are like, is he dead soon? Is he dead soon? I'm like, dude, you're doing a disservice to us, like to who we are, because to continue to clickbait with that title, you're really doing a disservice to us. But that's, oh, his name is Trevor. Yeah. So, it's like, is he dead soon? Emotional collapse, health issues. He's gone before 2026. Image of him falling. Is it fatal? Like, these are his different titles. Karma strikes before he dies. So it's like, come on, man. Like, that's actually a little gross to be titling your stuff like that. It's actually more than a little gross. It's very gross. But it's clickbait, and it gets people to watch his videos. I can't. Scrying. Yeah, someone purposely not redacted. Where do you find what? Oh, his channel? It would be on the YT. I didn't know Brett Ratner was that bad. I didn't, I missed all of it with him. Oh, wow. I don't think you have to be a disgusting person to be in Hollywood, because if I made it in Hollywood, I wouldn't be a disgusting person. You get what I'm saying? Like, I'm not like those people who blanket statement everybody, but damn if a lot of them are not proving to be correct. Ratner. Where's he? Oh, hold on. Let's look up his background right quick. Brett. Because what is he? Because you know they all changed their last names. Background. Oh, he's in Rush Hour. Wait. No, I don't know him from Rush Hour. He's a film director. I didn't know he did Rush Hour. I love those movies. He grew up in Miami Beach. Ooh. So is he Russian? Because we have a Russian mob in Miami Beach. And Sunny Isles. Huh. What's his ethnic background? Let me change that to ethnic background. Jewish. Well, I mean, that makes sense then, right? Ratner is Jewish, and he comes from a mixed background of Eastern European. What is Eastern European? What is Eastern European? Kiev, Ukraine, and Warsaw, Poland. And they moved to Cuba. What year did they move to Cuba? Wait, hold on. What year did Brett Ratner's grandparents move to Cuba? I know they were mad to go to Cuba, only to have to come to America. Okay, so Brett Ratner's grandfather moved to Cuba at 3 from Poland. So that would have been around 1923, which means they would have known something was happening with the Histler man. His parents would have known. And then they came in the 60s when the U.S. opened ability for them to come from Cuba to Miami. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Okay. So they moved to Cuba. I wonder how many Jewish/Russians went to Cuba before or during. That could explain so much, you guys. Because from what I understand, thanks to a coworker I used to have who was a brown-skinned Cuban, he said that Castro treated the brown-skinned Cubans better than he did the white-skinned Cubans, which is why they were so ray, especially when they got here. Like, a lot of Cubans are very racist towards Black people in Miami. It's been bad. So, and they get to legally discriminate against us by making all jobs have a Spanish requirement. This is interesting. I wonder how many Jewish/Russians were in Cuba before Castro took over. And why is it always either a Russian or a German or a Jew? That's wild. Russian, German, Jew, or some combination. Because the Jewish people were Russian if they were in Kiev or Ukraine, because it wasn't that USSR. Oh, well, no, these are literally Jewish. They're not Israeli. They're Jewish religion. Israeli is the state/country. And they were Jewish before Israel was even conceived. Or let me just say born, because it was probably conceived before that, because it looks like America and Britain got together to have a baby. No, Jewish Russians. Like, I think that's the more specific part of it, is that even though there's that religion part of it, it's the country part of it, I think, is more important, because that would have been the USSR at that time. But in Cuba, that's what I'm saying, like in Cuba, because if they fled in the 20s, and this would have been around the time that Hitler was either, gosh, okay, I'm trying to remember my European history, because I know he tried to overthrow, got thrown into jail, came back out, became like some kind of chancellor or something. Like he warmed his way back into the government and then took it over. That's what he did. And so that would have been in the 20s, or the end of the 20s, because then the 30s, no, it was before the end of the 20s, because with the US's stock market crash of 1929, that's when both he and Mussolini was like, okay, let's talk and let's figure out how to do this kind of together. Because both Italy and Germany had invested very heavily into the US stock markets. And so when that stock market crashed, 15,000 went to Cuba. Where do they come from? That's so interesting. Because there's a connecting thread. You know what I'm saying? There's a very connecting thread. But then, like, when they went to Cuba, yeah, but they chose Cuba, you know? And like, that's the part that's throwing me, because Cuba then had a coup. And the US got involved in the 50s or late 60s, early 60s, because JFK had the Brothers of Cuba flight thing or something. And because the Brothers of Cuba or whatever, who were like flying back and forth to rescue Cubans, because they got shot down, we got the wet foot, dry foot rule, where Cubans could just come into America if they made it to the land. And like, literally, I was young in the 80s and I was watching this. Literally one summer, it was like 88, 89, or 87, we had over 100,000 Cubans coming to Miami or South Florida, like West Palm, Broward, Miami, through Key West too. And all they had to do was touch the land. And what was always interesting to me was that people were waiting for them. So it's like, if people were waiting for you to come, that means they knew you were coming. And then our Coast Guard let them come in. But at the same time, and this is the only reason why there's an issue here, is that at the same time, the Haitians were fleeing Haiti because America had fed an insurrection to overthrow their president, because they had some kind of mineral stuff that America wanted. And so these Haitians were escaping persecution, literally, truthfully, persecution. And the Coast Guard would catch them in the water and send them right back. And so it's like, I'm watching this disparity as a child of a Cuban being allowed to come in and a Haitian being turned back. And I recognize immediately the skin color issue, because it was very, the disparity was there. But it was also, hey girl, supposedly, right? Because they came through boats, but people were waiting for them. Like, it was weird, because and it's stayed that way for decades, that somebody would be waiting for them with water and everything. And it was like, what? Like, it was just really weird how that happened. I'm like, our government lets them in, but they keep everybody else pretty much out. Anybody brown out. But that's what I'm saying. Like, now, like, the connection is like, okay, so we have these people who fled from Europe, of Jewish religion. However, that's not the biggest part of it, really. I mean, it is kind of, because obviously Hitler was after those people for persecution. However, it's also the fact that they were coming from like the USSR and Poland, and they escaped to Cuba, but their whiteness was in Cuba. And the fact that, again, I was hearing from a coworker that it was the white folks who Castro was treating badly. And I think he did it because they were immigrants. Like, this stuff is starting to make some damn sense to me. Like, he was trying to be like uplift the brown folks of Cuba, because Cuba's actually really brown. But I never knew of brown Cubans because I've only ever seen the white ones until I worked with one. And I'm like, oh, wait, Cuba's brown? What? You know, it was just really weird to me. And so then I'm like, okay, wait, what the heck? How are the white people here? And then, like, in my neighborhood app and everything, I would hear people's, like, Cubans talking about black people, like, I will shoot an N-word if they even come near my house. And I'm like, but you just gentrified their neighborhood. So it's just weird. Or my brother, my brother was working in Publix, and they treated him as if he was a servant and called him the N-word. Like, it was just weird. I'm like, why are you guys so racist? Because, the rest of America don't like you, right? You know that? Like, white people actually don't like you. But now it's like the connection of a lot of Jews. And again, don't take it as a religious thing. That's not it. I'm thinking of the timing of things, right? In their 20s. So we're talking the 20s. This had to be when the German thing was happening. It was like boiling, because one, they were blaming the Jews, right? A lot of Europe actually hated the Jews in the 20s and the early teens. God, history is just so complicated, but it's all so tied up. Yes, Ellen, that is crazy. Like, how much money is put into Miami and the Latinx commercials. However, I showed you the ads that Christy Babe is playing. All her ads are in Spanish. Like, we will come get you if you don't go home. It's like, wait, what? I'm lost. And really, the only people they're actually persecuting, because, okay, I live in Miami, and I'm like, I don't see ICE anywhere. If there is a place to hit your 3,000 a day, it will be here. And that's not happening here. I mean, some people are leaving because we have all kinds of people here, all kinds of Hispanics, Central Americans, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But it's very apparent that they're not going for the white Spanish people. They're going for the brown ones. So they're going for Mexicans and Nicaraguans and Hondurans. And so it's still race-based, even in the Latin community. It's so weird, child. When I say it's weird, it's just this obsession with whiteness is weird. And that brings me back to the conversation from before. Is this obsession, this conquering attitude, is this even a human trait? Because it might not be. Girl, messy is the word. Messy is the word. Right, okay. So, hold on. Let me back it up. Escape the easy world. Ooh, okay, hold on. Screaming, crying. Okay, yeah, we're supposed to be talking about scrying. Hold on. I can't give an F about everything. I just can't. I don't have the capacity right now. Right now, I'm terrified about what's going to happen to my family when they get to the black people, because obviously that's always been the plan. Yeah, you have friends in Hollywood. Exactly. You don't stay at the after. You don't stay at the after parties or the after party. Yes, the music industry is, well, I had a book that I never got around to reading. I don't wonder if I still have it or if I lost it in storage, about how the Jews built Hollywood. And that would be really interesting to read through, because it is quite led by that. Him and Sly. Yeah, we had started to ask something about Sylvester I don't remember how far we got. Well, we did. We found out, because I don't know if you watched that live. That might have been our 9-hour live. That you had fell asleep on or something. I think you had to go to sleep. Oh, I'm getting so many goosebumps. Listen, the ties are real. The ties are real. The ties between this USSR, the Jewish faith, the older Jewish faith, like the 1920s and 30s. This is real, because Dumpy's, when did his grandfather flee? Well, obviously it had to be before, because Dumpy was born in the 40s. Donald, grandfather, fled. Oh, wait. He fled to Cuba? Nuh-uh. Okay. No, okay. Then why did you put Cuba? Because I didn't put Cuba, Google. You did that. He got kicked out of Germany. And that was 1885. And so he skipped. Why are you blinking? Don't act like I don't see that. He skipped military service, because obviously this is in their blood. So to skip out on military. Oh, somebody wrote an article that said he was not just an illegal immigrant, if we're going to use that word, that phrasing, but he was also a Trojan horse. What does that mean? And this was in February 2016. Okay, this isn't a paywall. We don't have one. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, dude. Let's see. Hold on. He said he was a Trojan horse. Wait, this man was talking about not having immigrants from Syria way back in 2016, before he was even primaried. But more dangerously still, that man believed people could act as a terrorist Trojan horse. I did too. I always figured that because we have such a lax door with Cuba, I was like, if I was trying to get in the United States, I would have my person go through Cuba. Like, all I have to do is teach you Spanish, and I would send you through. I was always terrified that was what they were going to do, was somebody from over some seas was going to send their person through Cuba to come over here, and they would have just been able to. And I wonder how many people actually did it, because if my little child mind could think of that, I know it happened. Or maybe I was having a spiritual moment, didn't know it. Okay. So, and we know how that goes. If he mentions it, that means that there's a chance that it's true, or he's like telling on himself. So his grandfather lived a migrant life in the U.S. on the edge of illegality and rejection. So during the World War I, he belonged to an immigrant group which was sweepingly labeled as enemy within, or Trojan horse. He arrived in New York in 1885. When was World War I? I thought it was in the first part of the 1900s. He worked 6 years as a barber. He went to the gold rush, moved west, opened a chain of restaurants and hotels. Like, it's so interesting how they were just able to come and open stuff. His hospitality, like, y'all, when I say this shit is in his blood, stop blinking. When I say this is in his blood, look, his grandfather opened the hotels and the restaurants, but also didn't just include food and lodging, but alcohol and pros stuff. The thing with the women. And then he anglicized his name, went from Frederick to Frederick, and became a U.S. citizen. 1901, he made a small fortune and then went back to Southwest Germany. Okay, he moved back. And the Heinz family lived there too, in Karlstad. He married his childhood sweetheart, and he planned to stay there. But then the Bavarian people said no, because when you left Germany, you were evading military. So then they were evicted and sent back to New York, but they're not ours. So World War One. Okay, so World War One, with him being a German, he was called an enemy within. Wait a second. Listen to this. The most notorious case of violence was the lynching of a German immigrant named Robert Prager. I wonder if he's connected to those PragerU people. He was tarred and feathered. Wow. And made to kiss the American flag and sing songs, and then was hung. That's incredible. I didn't know they did that to Germans. And then the Spanish influenza came. What an interesting story. So then his father, Fred, invested heavily in New York real estate. And then in the 1980s, the orange one reclaimed his German roots. So his own grandfather was an illegal immigrant whose income stream included alcohol and prost at a time when these were legally contested. He got kicked out of his own country. Oh my God. Now, this article was written in 2016. 2016. Okay. No, I'm not trying to typecast anybody. He was accused by 6 women. Wow. Okay, that's really interesting. I just didn't know why they chose Cuba. I'm really curious as to why they all chose Cuba. I know that according to something I read, the Muskrat's grandfather chose America, or his dad did. No, his grandfather. Somebody chose America because it was still racist, and they liked that part. You know, you got to have somebody to shit on when you're a shitty person, I guess. Okay. 15,000 Jews went to Cuba. Why Cuba? It's just really, I mean, I know Cuba was like the hot spot though. I know they were having like their Havana nights and all that stuff. But that's just really interesting. Yeah, this timing of everything is really interesting. And then the fact that a lot of it ties back to German and Russian heritage is even more interesting. What is it about that? You know, it's just interesting. Why? Yeah, Boca. Well, you know, from what I understand, as far as like the Jewish population in Florida, it's because snowbird stuff, right? Because a lot of the Jewish people had settled in New York because New York was, you know, happening spot. But during, you know, the winters, you come here. So that's why, like, we were known as the retirement state. So that doesn't actually surprise me. Yeah, you were surprised by a dark skinned Cuban too? Me too. Because we are only showed and shoot, I was surprised by a dark skinned Brazilian. But then I go to learn that Portuguese was the biggest transporter of trafficked Africans. And they went to South America first for most of them to break them. Why did they get out everywhere they go? I don't know. Just it's a picture of a portrait from J.E. It's a combo of citrus J.E. Okay. what's really interesting about the anti-abortion stance is everybody's anti-abortion until they face it themselves. You know, like there's so many people who think their aunt is their aunt and it's really their mother. It's just really weird. And remember, we all heard stories about, oh, they went to go visit their family for 9 months. Yeah, okay. Or they sent them to, oh my God, some of these horrible stories of people being sent to essentially like an orphanage thing. But it was supposed to take care of unwed pregnant women. And instead, people were stealing their babies and trafficking their babies. It's really wild. Really wild stuff. I don't know why they're obsessed with the cocoa. I totally heard the song when I read that. Okay, it's sad when ancient civilizations are more accepting. And that's the thing, Felby, is that ancient civilizations were more accepting, and that's how we ended up here, because they did not imagine the evil. They didn't. Clive and Diddy are very interesting. Clive, Diddy, Andre, Diddy's mentor. Who's the other guy? Is Clive the one Mariah Carey was married to? There's another one. There's the one with Whitney, and then there's the one with Sony. Or are they the same one? There's another guy, and I can't remember his name. But he needs to be investigated also. Like a mole. I don't know. The fact ancient civilizations didn't care what you were. No, and then ancient civilizations, for instance, if we talk about sexual identity, they knew people were born differently. They didn't have a boy girl thing based off of externals. They understood that some people had a spirit or a soul that was different. And they had like 20, I don't want to say that, but I do know that scientifically there are like 6 or 7 genders because of how the biogenetics and all that stuff swap, right? Because there's XXXY. Well, guess what? A lot of things happen during gestation, and the way this world is impacts gestation. So all these chemicals and all this smog and all this coal output and just the bad environments and whatever, like we can't blame the moms, really. We got to blame like the environment, and that gives you the XXXY. That, you know, like if you learned any, Corgi, hold on, we're gonna do the yes no in a second. If you learn anything about, y'all know the pea thing we did in biology, the pea flower, where it's like a purple one and a white one, and then they cross, and then it's like dihybrid cross and blah 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 blah. It just makes sense that there's so many genders. There's 2 sexes based off of external, but there are so many genders. Like there was this man who thought he was a man, and then they found out he had ovaries. It was interesting. And he found that out through surgery. I think he absorbed a twin or something. But yeah, he had working ovaries. They just did not bleed out because he didn't have that. But, you know, also, like, if you look at, like, the Maori people, Maori people, New Zealand, if you look at them, they accepted ADHD and autism. They're like a person who like follows many ways or something like that. It's like, you know, you just follow what follows. And it wasn't a negative thing. It's just like European colonizers ruined the world. They look, well, if you mean like Jewish, like religion, but German birth, possibly, very, very possibly. I don't know, very possibly, because I'm really curious then if we're looking at the way this world is right now, and considering how we're learning that history is not the history that was real. I wonder how true because we see what they're doing now, right? They're branding everybody who has a dissenting thought as anti-Semitic, and it's like, but I'm not. I'm just questioning things. So it makes you wonder if that was true, because I remember reading it. Did all of Europe actually hate Jews, or what? Like, what's the actual history? You know, it seems like there's a lot of rewriting here that doesn't make sense. 1914. I don't remember what that pertains to. Drinks and honey bunnies. Okay, honey bunnies. I like that. I'll say that instead of the prosts, because I'm like, how do I say this without getting in trouble? They only cared if you harm people. Yeah. Spanish flu took many out. Yes, 20 to 50 million people, they said. And then that's not to, like, that wasn't the only thing, you know. There were other things. There was like, was that cholera thing? And then that turned out to be like dirty water or something that spread that. Like, I think they blamed rats, but it actually turned out to be like a fountain people were drinking from. It was something unsanitary. Yeah, eugenics for sure. But if we're talking South Africa is also German. Like German and Dutch and all of that. Like, it's something about that particular region. Like, I don't know. Is that where the aliens landed? Is that where the reptilians put eggs? I don't know. They could probably get away with the genetic and medical test there. Most of them lived in Havana. Yeah. Snowbirds. Ricky Ricardo was also accepted. I don't know, because Ricky Ricardo, he seemed to be, wasn't he browner? I mean, that doesn't mean he didn't have Ricky Ricardo, ethnic background. Okay, Desi Arnaz, that's his name. Desi Arnaz. They're saying he was just Cuban, but I don't believe so. He fled from Cuba with his family after the 1933 Cuban Revolution. Yeah, I don't think he was just Hispanic. That's really interesting. I don't think he was just, but I mean, he looks like he's mixed. Okay, and somebody was like, he's from the Cuban upper class. I'm really curious now if he had any of that mixture. He was born in 1917. I don't know. Yeah, the only dark skinned Latinos you see are in MLB. And even then, you get somebody like Sammy Sosa. Okay. Yay. Ancestry total. Hold on. Let me catch up. Okay. Wait. Okay. First of all, you're blinking too much, so you gotta go. Are you blinking because you're gonna die, or are you blinking? Hold on. I have to cut that off. Because I get triggered. Oh, Tommy Mottola. Tommy Mottola was the one who married her. And then there's Clive Davis. He was with Whitney. I think there was one more name. Okay. Girl ancestry told them. Okay. I don't understand. People really are obsessed with the cocoa, and I'm not sure why. Okay, think about that. How considering yeah. The kids were born Jewish. They're the only ones born Jewish. And which one in their family? Which kids are whose kids are born Jewish? Because there's the Ashkenazi Jews who are a ancestry linkage, and then I don't know what the other ones are. I just know Ashkenazi is a big one. Is like the biggest group. So many are signed that I had to look it up. Sears. Wait, hold on. Yo. Okay, because I have to go back through these comments, I really need y'all to help me by like completing your thoughts so that I can go back. Thank you. Hawaiians have mahus. What's mahus? Is something misspelled? Thank you, thank you. Yeah, just ruined the world, Ellen, like for real. I found out her kidneys are producing testosterone. Yeah, I was actually pretty high when I was younger. And it explained a lot. I'll just see that because I was my emotions weren't really that present. Like I've cried more in my 40s than I did my whole life, you know? So, I treated men like men treat women. Like I was like, love you and leave you. Gotta go. I was like at 99 and it was like 100 is crossing too high. I was at 99. I was like, oh, that explains it. And then like I got older and all my hormones flipped. Okay, you sent it without. Okay. Nikki lighter skinned. Yeah. Are the star people right? I don't understand. Okay, okay. No, he wasn't necessarily dark, but he does have like a squarish head. And that's why I'm like, I'm wondering. Orange's daughter had kids who were born in their family Jewish. Is he an Ashkenazi Jew or something? Or like the culturally, like the actual culturally Jewish people? I'm not talking about like just a faith. It was more than diamond mines, Becky. Because remember, Teal's family was into uranium, which was kind of illegal, you know? And they had all these enslaved people working uranium, which, you know, ultimately killed them because that is radiation, you know? And then, you know, Musk had the emerald mines. They're like, they portrayed Africa as this depleted, poor country, and it was one of the richest, like one of the richest, and that's why they stayed. The star people. I'm very curious. Like, are star seeds the werewolves to the reptilian vampire? You know, if to go back to my Twilight thing. Okay, if you look at a portrait, it's a combo of. Okay, I'm gonna look at it now. It's a visual. Yeah, they only say Spanish background, which is, I don't know. I don't think he's just Spain. I think he's not telling the truth. And a lot of people, or somebody in his family didn't tell the truth. And a lot of people got away with that, right? It's like how some black people be like, yeah, I'm Native American in my family. But really, your family member claimed Native American because they were actually mulatto and did not want to be treated as such, right? It was better to be Native American than to be black. Or you'll hear people say they're Italian background, but honestly, you were mulatto. But again, it's better to say that you're an immigrant from a different place than to actually say you were black here in this country, you know? Because they made up that little rule of one drop and you're black, and then you could be as white as they are. Like one drop means you're black. Okay. So I forgot what I was looking at. Oh, wait, let me go to TikTok. It's just really interesting. I don't understand this obsession with black people. I just don't. It's I don't know. I think it's giving like black and brown people, but I think it's giving Alien versus Predator. Like I don't know. It's giving something that's not human. This obsession with black people. It's just really interesting to me. Anyway, so message. The obsession doesn't make sense to me. Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah, it's not supported, Amy, so I can't see it. It says it's not supported. So I'll have to see it when I'm done. Yeah, and that's true. Like, but the Irish thing was a UK thing, was a British thing. I never understood that either. Why the British people hated Irish people so much, or hated Scottish people so much. Again, I strongly, we had this conversation the other day, that there's something that doesn't feel human about some of these people. But it's like the Welsh people, the Irish people, the Scottish people, like those feel like protectors, like everybody else, right? They feel like protectors of the earth. They worked with the earth. They weren't trying to conquer and overbuild and all that kind of stuff. And so there's something about this conquering class of people that just doesn't feel human at all. Because why are you such a conqueror? Like, that's literally not what we do. Not as human beings. We are community, not conquering. So how come you are anti-human? And yet you're very successful because of your anti-human traits, because you don't have to think about anybody else. It's just really interesting. I never got the Irish hate. But again, what they've trained the world to do is it's better to be you than to be black. So it taught them to hate black people, which is just interesting, so that they can be closer to white people, but they'll never be close enough. Oh, no. Actually, I don't have any Caribbean heritage. I've done my ancestry. They haven't found any Caribbean heritage at all. Um, it's mostly Southern and African, obviously. Oh, well, actually, I'm as much as you can be. I'm from every continent except Australia. Not Australia, Antarctica. It is very fetishy, but there's just an obsession in having a group of people below them that a lot of them are actually jealous of. It's weird. It's just really weird. Either my girl is telling me how much when she travels for work to Asia they touch. Yeah, the hair touching thing is weird. You went in part of their kingdom country. Da, 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 da. It's in their blood. Yeah, I think Vikings are different. There was conquering to an extent, but it was still more largely community because they were growing so much. Whereas these other ones are just conquering. It's just really weird. Because remember, the Vikings, the whole European, because they had to fight with each other, right? And so there was, I remember, I'm trying to remember, because there was always this fight happening in the English island. There was always this fight happening. That's why there was such a bastardization of language there. Is, there's German language, there's French language, there's like, there was just always this fighting happening to see who was going to dominate. And then eventually who dominated is this class of people who then took that dominance to the world. And that wasn't the Vikings. It was something else. Like, to me, like, there really is a missing link here, of this violence, for the sake of violence, and there's something off, very, very non-human, very off about this. At least to me, this is just how I feel. All people on Earth are starseeds. Some are from, yeah. Yeah, matriarchal societies are animal planet type of societies, right? Yeah, I'm talking about England. When I say English island, because it's an island. Uh, Really? What have you been chewing on? Something's off. That's all I gotta know. Like, feels like there's a missing link here. I guess, like, the question is, like, when did reptilians become a thing here? Like, I don't know. I guess that's part of it, you know? Because they've always assumed the missing link is like this apish primate type of thing. But I've always felt a missing link was something not of this planet. I've always felt it was something more extraterrestrial. But this now, like, as I'm 40 something, I was like, wait, 40 what? As I'm 46, it's like I'm starting to, like, really process this stuff. Like, I think you were right. You were always right. There was something non-human about it. And it's very obsessive. It's very obsessive. And why are why are they so obsessed with us? Like, literally, the first laws that came out were all anti-DEI laws. And it's like, but we're not the only people served by DEI. Like, we're literally not the only people served by DEI. That's for everybody who's not an able-bodied, able-bodied white person. So that's everybody, including white people who are not able-bodied. So it just, and not even white person, white man, right? Because obviously women count in the DEI. But it's like, it doesn't exclude men. It doesn't exclude white men. It excludes the white men who have the ability to basically exist without anybody putting them down, right? So a deaf white man is not the same thing. A blind white man is not the same thing. A disabled, physically disabled white man is not the same thing, because all of these people have been ridiculed over time. They've been hurt over time. A veteran white man is not even the same thing, because again, if while you're in service, people love you. When you're done with service, you're homeless. You know, like they keep. We have a history, and I say we, but I don't participate in none of this shit, but we have a history of it, right? I don't know. It's weird. I don't know, there's something there. There was some sort of info hidden and they pillaged, and yeah, yes. You know, it's got to be something about that fight that they were doing on that island. Or shortly before with the Neanderthal thing, because the Neanderthals were, from what I gathered, I could be wrong because I haven't like totally dove into their life, but they seem to be community based also. Like, most people understand you need the community to survive. These other people just don't. And I don't know if they're actually people. Right. The Apache, other indigenous cultures do. And so does like the Kemet people on, not just the Kemet, but other people on the African continent. So, and remember, there was Pangea too. So like all the land together. But it's like, there are places all around these communities. That's why I think there are keepers of the earth, protectors of the earth. And then there are these people who are pillagers of the earth. And it's not because they were born that way or made to be that way, or it's just genetics. Like, it's not that shit. It's, I don't think you're of the earth. I just don't think you are fully of the earth. I think you're the missing link. There has to be a larger context that was shared. An experience between there. I don't think we're wrong. I really don't think we're wrong. Right. Most communities are collective. Most communities. I love listening to the elders. We just don't seem to have any, like, who are willing to talk. I'll listen to the elder all day. Like, I used to sit up under my grandmother all the time. It has to be otherworldly, because otherwise it just really doesn't make sense to me. And then, like, if we even go back biblically, right? I think they were trying to excuse this thing with the Bible. Because when we talk about Cain and Abel, right? Abel was community. He gave sacrifice through things that are replenishable, such as plants. And then Cain's sacrifices required violence, which were animals. And according to this Bible, God loved Abel's more or something. And that's why Cain killed Abel. And I'm like, where would this jealousy come from? Because if, I don't know. And then they teach, even to this day, they teach that black people are the children of Cain. And I'm like, that doesn't make sense. Black and brown people are the agricultural people. They're the farmers. Like, like, obviously there's slaying animals, but it seems to be some kind of wiring, a code about taking care of the land, working the land, growing with the land, that seems to be in black and brown communities. And again, like I say, like the Welsh and the Irish, and and think about this too, is like when the Irish famine was happening, the indigenous folks in America, the Cherokee, gave to the Irish. How the hell did they find out? You know what I mean? So it's like, these are the keepers of the land. There's something about this other microcosm of people that I don't think is human. I just do not think they're fully human. I don't think their lineage is totally human. And because the core of human is to take care of each other. The core of human, like, look at all the people who are lonely. That's because they need community. And we're trained through this colonization and this conquering attitude of these people who are not totally human. Like, they just, no. That we are supposed to not need people. We're supposed to be individualistic. We're supposed to do all this stuff by ourselves, blah, 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 blah. And if you look at the way that they have run corporations to the point of separating families, because look at how many jobs people have to work, 2 and 3 jobs just to make it. So they don't have time for their kids. They don't have time to raise their kids. They don't have time to get to know their kids. They don't have time for their elders because their elders also have to work. So you have, it's insidious how they have destroyed community. And that now leaves us all vulnerable. It's insidious and deliberate. Like, I wouldn't be surprised, like, if this thing actually succeeds and go through, that then we would be visited by by others. I don't know. Like, I don't know. He feels like a stupid human to me. Like, I think him and JD, for instance, I think they're just stupid humans who want to be loved by these people. I don't know. I don't think they'll be successful this time, but I do think if we do not do the punishment that needs to happen, the next time we'll fall. They're very close to figuring it out. If there's one thing that they do well, it is look back at the play tapes and see what happens, because they seem to be getting closer and closer and closer to success. And instead of us waking up, because we don't have community. Like I said, they're disbanding our community. If there's one thing that they do, is definitely just sowing discontent and dissent and discord. And it's really interesting because on my walk last year, I was given that word community over and over and over again. I'm like, what are you talking about? Do you mean I have to get in community? Yes, I know. I need to be, because I'm a projector in human design, which means I need other people's energy in order to keep going. So I'm like, yeah, I understand. I need to go in community so that I can keep going. But now it's like I'm realizing what it actually means. We have to reconnect to each other. We have to. And that is rebellious in its face, is we have to reconnect to each other. We have to create community, not just online, but also offline, especially offline, because that is where resistance builds. And that is where, because they can shut us off online. Let's be honest, right? right now they're trying to put all their data centers in our energy grids and all that. So basically, they want an on and off switch, and people are just giving it to them because they're stupid. Um, easily bought. They don't play the tape. They don't think it through, and they don't understand these people just want an on and off switch to control. That's why they're buying up water. If we take care of buying up the water, people won't have the means of survival, because water is the one thing we cannot live without, right? So, see, and I love that, Ellen, because having people who could just pop up, you know, and people who are concerned about you and check on you. Like, I saw this video yesterday or earlier today of these two girls who had a sleepover because they're besties. And so they were recreating a dance from that dancing show that they have the celebrities and stuff on. Uh, I can't remember what it's called. And it was just so cute, and it was non-romantic. They're friends. And it's like, man, Dancing with the Stars. Yes. I'm like, man, people need that. I need that shit. But, like, and a lot of us had that before being online. But and online has been a 20-year thing now. So, it used to be easy because we weren't online. We had to be in person. We had to do things in person. And that's where you find people. Okay, so yeah, I don't know who else is coming. I think we have to figure that out. I've always wondered, Amy, if there was something chemically different. I really do. Like, brain-wise, chemically different. I've always wondered if there's something chemically different. But now, the more that I am exposed to the fact that there's just all this other shit happening, now I'm like, I don't even think they're human. Like, as a 100% human. Like, I don't think they're earthlings. Let's put it that way. I don't think they're earthlings. People who are put here to protect Earth. I don't think they're earthlings. It's so weird. But yeah, the Bible definitely has a lot of missing stories. But even still, at the end of the day, it's still, and I say this as a God's girl, but at the end of the day, it's still just a book, a book that is many years younger than humans are. And I think if we really want the stories, we need to look at the artwork that exists, like people's paintings and cave paintings. And I think that's where we can find a lot of these stories, the truth, even, instead of just one that was written by a bunch of white men or translated by a bunch of white men, especially those from the UK, not even the UK, from Britain. Yes, indigenous folks, but not even just indigenous folks. There's a lot of us that are connected. Like, okay, so I've done a lot of readings for people over the last couple months. I don't know. December seems to be a month I'm taking off because I don't have a lot of people booked for this month. But I've done a lot of readings for people, and quite a few of them, I see them coming back to the dirt. I see them coming back to earth. And, like planting and finding, like drawing a charge or reconnection just by putting their hands in dirt. And it's weird. And when I tell certain people, because I think these are certain people's gifts, so like one of my first clients that I read, I was like, I see you in the garden. And I don't, I'm getting goosebumps. So I don't understand why I see you in the garden, but I think you need to return to the soil, because that's how I'm hearing it. I'm hearing return to the soil. And she's like, oh my God, that's my spiritual place. That's where I meditate. I'm like, okay, you need to be doing that more. You need to return to the soil, because this is, look, I can even see it right now. I can see her ancestor. I'm like, this is ancestral for you. And it was like, I would say Mexican indigenous ancestry, more just early North American ancestry, whatever that was. I'm like, they're saying return to the soil, and you need to create community around the soil. And so I was like, maybe have circles and stuff. She's like, oh my God, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to have a circle, you know, start having conversation circles in my backyard and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, do it. Right. Because I'm being told that's what you need to be doing. Another person, I was like, I think you should be planting, you know, and it's really interesting because some are to return to the dirt and some are to return to the water. And I see it for a lot of people that I read. I'm like, you need to get back in the water. You need to get back to soil. And this is ancestry. This is lineage. This is literally the people who are the protectors. You're being asked to come back to your home base to recharge and to create community around that. Even myself, I'm looking at the spiritual thing, and I was like at water aerobics at the same time. Like, this has been a really interesting year of me doing things. And I'm in the water, and after we work out and we get really tired or whatever, at the very, very end, she had this thing called vacation. And basically we would just get a tube and we would just lay out for 3 minutes. And it was wild because I had exercised, and for ADHD people, exercise is the best meditation you can have because it starts to shut tabs down for you. Which is why if you have ADHD and you're not medicated, you should be starting your day and ending your day with exercise, and enough water for the brain to be nourished. But anyway, so those 3 minutes, all of a sudden, download. And it's like, come back to the water, create the lilies of the sisterhood. And I'm like, what? And so that's definitely one of those things I want to do. I'm going to go and get certified in water aerobics. I'm going to get certified in CPR and stuff, all that I need to do, because I want to create Sisters of the Lily Pad, a spiritual circle for women in the water. Because some of us have to come back home. Like, we have to come back to our recharge. And some people it's the ground, other people it's water. Yeah, data centers are absolutely destructive. That's why with their AI guy, they and it's funny, they call David Sachs the czar of AI. Czar. Why are we using that word? That's such a harsh, disgusting energy word. Czar, right? So he's the czar of AI and crypto. Two different things that he should not be over. One. But two, again, they use their AI videos to show him signing an EO for taking away states' rights to restrict AI. They're like, nope, this is federal. I'm like, this is antithetical to Republican ideas of all this big government, and taking away states' rights. That doesn't make sense to me. So that's why I'm saying, like, none of this is Republican. It's all Trumplican, if we're going to say anything, but no. Like, why are we taking away states' rights? And then it's like, how do you do that, but then say women's autonomy is a state right instead of a birthright? It's weird. Sorry, my nose gets stuffed. Great post from the creator today about the Bible not putting. Yeah, and that's the other thing. Like, one of the first things that bothered me about the Bible was the fact that women weren't in it, and the women who were actually in it were either conniving or super subservient. So they're either honeypots or trying to steal a man's power, or the birth canal for the man to come in. And I'm like, that's weird. These other men get to be so dynamic. Yes. Doing the yes. Jim. If you need machine supported body work. You watched my spirit and the color of my face. Her face came back and her brain rewired. Huh? What do you mean? What, you watched her spirit come back? because you say your, so I'm like confused. Yeah, Zara, aka propaganda. Exactly. It's all about control. I'm like, that's not human. It's not human. And that's where I get stuck. All right. So, yeah, it's just not a human thing to do control over community. It's just not a human thing. They don't want us to eat. They don't want us to live. They want us to be beholden. How is that human? How is that human? There's nothing human about that. There's nothing human about it. Think about it. When there is a disaster, right? Okay, let's take the food stamp thing. You have these, and it's beyond billionaire, you know, honestly, it is. I think it's just a non-human set of people, because Mark Cuban is a billionaire and he does what he can to try to counteract these people. So there's just something innately like whatever. So think about the food stamp issue we just had last month. What did people do? They did the human thing of, okay, if they're going to do this, we got you. Yeah, at restaurateurs do that. You have people do pop-up pantries. Like they did pantries from their own front yard. You had like Keith Lee, for instance, organize something really huge with other brands. He's like, instead of you trying to use me to get people to buy your thing, how about I use you so you can help people? You know? And that's brand recognition, by the way. If you help me, I become loyal to your brand, versus you just use a star with your name printed on it. You know, that kind of shit doesn't make sense. It is definitely a spiritual battle. I've had this dream recurringly about spiritual battle. And a lot of people try to say, oh, that's weaponizing spirituality. I'm like, spirituality is bigger than the Bible, one. And two, we are spirits. We are souls. And there are people, I'll say people, entities, whatever, that are in direct contrast to who we are as a person. Some of us are struggling to be perfect, and there's no such thing as perfection. And so the journey is to accept our imperfections, whereas others are here to break you down. And I don't think that's an assignment of a soul or spirit as a learning path. This is where I think people get this very, very twisted. This world is, this universe, these universes are just too vast to be about one set of people just learning. You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't make any kind of sense. Like, even if we went with just 9 planets, okay, fine. Earth is the perfect planet. Perfect for whom? Perfect for human beings. Are the other planets perfect for any other type of life? How are we the end all be all on what is necessary for life? To say that only that carbon has to be the thing for life feels completely, I'll just say wrong, but egocentric to think that we know what life actually is. You get me? It's just really interesting. It's really interesting. I think Earth life is like that. Maybe this universal life is like that in this particular solar system. But like, I had this one mind-blowing instance of I was in a science class in 2003, and he showed us this picture, and it was a picture of all these stars, and I was like, dude, like, I love stars. I love to look at the stars. So that's also where the other thing is. It's water, it's earth, it's stars. Actually, earth, air, water. Fire is good for scrying, at least for me. But the thing with light is, I get triggered now with migraines. But water and fire is really good. Thank you, girl. But what I was saying, stars. Okay, so he showed us this picture with all these stars, and he goes, "What is that?" And I went, "Oh, it's stars." You know, well, not just me, but other people. We were like, "Oh, they're stars," and he was like, "No, those are galaxies." And you know, you just have one of those moments where your mind shifts, and there's disbelief first, right? Because there's cognitive dissonance. Like, how the is that a whole galaxy? And then you're looking at this picture of stars, and I'm not talking about stars from the city, but stars in the country. Like if you go out in the country and there's no light around you and you look up, it's multitude, right? And then all those stars are galaxies, and that's just in a slice of a picture. And I was just like I said, having my Iron Man moment from Iron Man 2 when he realizes there's aliens and he doesn't know everything. It was just like, wait, what? And then I saw the movie Contact with Jodie Foster, and she says this line about, it's kind of stupid to think we're the only ones out there. And I was like, oh my God, you know? And so this year even has been like this shifting, because I'm like hearing about all these different things, and some of it I'm like reserved about because, don't take offense to this, but for some reason white people think they own spirituality. So it's like when they share things, it's like, is that even real? You know? So it's like I gotta do my own research on that. But there are some things that just ring true, and it's like, oh, wait a second, there are other beings, you know? Like, what? I mean, it really is true, Suze, because it's weird. It, it, I'll just leave it at that. It's weird. Hey, Lisa girl. We've had quite an interesting conversation for the last hour and 40 minutes. But it really is true. White people do think they own spirituality, or they know what spirituality is. And then you have other people, say like Black people, who think they know what spirituality is. And I mean that in the very ritualistic sense. You know, like the copper and the not showering and the flowy clothes and stuff like that. And it's like, I dress like this, I look like this, and I have these gifts. You know, like, am I? I don't fit into your spirituality either. And then there's all these ritualistic things and stuff. Like, for instance, I shared a video. Sorry, I'm going to show you guys. We're going to get to reading, so I need to have these in front of me anyway. But I shared a video talking about these cards, Faces of Oshun. And granted, I know Oshun comes from a ritualistic practice, but I also know Oshun is attached to ancestry. So I don't read in white spirituality. Let's put it that way. And I don't read in Black spirituality. I read with guidance. You know what I mean? And so when I like show these, I get people on my video like, oh, Oshun doesn't believe in cards. I'm like, okay, but I don't practice that religion, so I respect it, you know. And my ancestors are the ones who are talking to me. My ancestors, my spiritual guides, my spiritual team. Does that negate mine because you have a totally ritualistic practice? It should not. It should not. Just like I'm a God's girl, you know. And I told you guys before, like, I say I'm spiritually Christian because I do believe there was some guy named Jesus who had gifts, because I'm scratching the surface of mine. I can only imagine somebody who invests their time in learning, or even those that don't learn. I told you about my son. My son astral travels, and he's been in my dreams before, and he's told people what I dreamt about before. I'm like, how the F did you do that? And he sees spirits out I was gonna say out loud, but you know, not just in his head. He sees them, what do they call them, objectively, you know, meaning it's not just something you kind of conjure up or you receive in your mind. He sees them. He's like, did you see that guy? I'm like, what are you talking? Like, it literally was a freaking Sixth Sense type of thing with him, and he used to freak me the fuck out. Whereas I thought all I did was have premonition dreams. So I was wrong. I have almost all the clairs and almost other gifts that I don't even understand or know. And I have come to understand that part of my gifting is the ability to help people heal and to point them back to whatever path they are to be taking in this lifetime. That's what I do. Moana Kia. I want to go visit. if we're allowed to visit, because, you know, obviously respect. Oh my gosh, I'm getting goosebumps. I really do want to go. I want to also do I want to do an ayahuasca journey. I did see the one in Massachusetts or whatever, where they do them, and it's only like $800 for a weekend. And, you know, that's housing, that's the journey, that's everything. And I'm like, oh, I need a girls trip up there, because one, I'm not going by myself. Like, no. And two, that would be a great place, I think, to start the journey. But then I want to travel to like Peru, or, you know, someplace that has more indigenous people to do it. You'd go, Suze? Okay, listen, girl, let this TikTok stuff blow up for me. We going. Because I want to go to the one in February. That would be stupid, actually, to go to Massachusetts in February. Like, I'm totally down. I think, yeah. I think Maddie said she wanted to go too. Like, I would love to arrange one of people like in the community where we can have the experience and support each other in the experience, because I don't want to go by myself. I think that would be a cool thing to do. I know that that's not something you want to do when you're not in your healing process. You know what I mean? Oh, American Samoas. Like, and that's what I'm saying. Like, we have so many communities of people who are keepers of the earth. They just are. Like the American Samoa. The fact that we call them American. And I told y'all, when I went to Puerto Rico, I felt like I was home. Like, oh my God, I'm here. But I remember having a vision about me doing that too. I don't know if I did the right shroom or not, because all they did was make me sleep good. Like, any kind of mind altering substance like makes me go to sleep. It's a great sleep though, I'll tell you that. AS. What is AS? Did I miss something? Oh, that's the other thing. Like, for instance, I heard Will Smith talk about his ayahuasca journey, and he was like, mother spirit or something like that. And I think that'd be really cool, because it sounded like an NDE. It sounded like the journey those people do. Man, THC. I think I'm allergic to THC or something, because I looked it up. I'm like, why am I so hot? And it's like menopause waves of heat. It's just, I'm like, oh my God, I am hot. And then I go to bed. I don't know if I shared with y'all that one time that I did do an edible. My first time doing an edible. It was in Las Vegas a couple of years, like 7 years ago. Oh shit. Yeah, 7 years ago. It was like 2016. No, 7. Bad math. 9 years ago. And I felt like I was falling. Like, the whole time. I'm like, I'm falling, I'm falling, I'm falling. But, you know, it's really crazy, Carly, because the only places that are poor are the ones that have been visited by colonization. Those places weren't poor before. You know, how can you be poor when you have land and water? When you can fish, when you can grow, you can't be poor. But everything those reptiles touched, everything the reptiles touched, I'm gonna just call them reptiles for now. Everything their little descendants touched, they poisoned. That's what Moana's about. That black tar that goes all over it. Like, it wasn't like I'm going down. I was like, you know, if you've ever seen an optical illusion of like a building, like when you look down, like, I get jelly legs from too much height, right? Because my mind, you know, ADHD, I immediately imagine the worst. So I get jelly legs, and it's like, ooh, like, and so here I am. This is like literally, I guess I was literally high. I guess that's what, well, first of all, because I didn't know how much you were supposed to eat. And it was a Rice Krispie treat. And it was from a dispensary in Las Vegas. And I was like, this tastes like dirt. And nothing's happening after 30 minutes. So then I was like, okay, maybe I didn't take enough. So I ate some more of the thing. And when I say that shit hit me. Hey, Janice. By the time we made it to the jacuzzi, I felt like I was at the top of the Empire State Building looking down at the street. Like, I was literally high. Like, I was high in my head. And my fiance, boyfriend then, he's holding me. He's like, I got you. I got you. I'm like, I'm going to fall. It was hilarious. Because I'm like, I'm falling. I'm falling. He's like, I have you. I'm like, no, I'm falling. I'm going to fall. We're literally feet flat on the ground. He is holding me and I'm falling. I'm falling. Yeah, so I was literally high. I don't understand it. I don't understand why y'all want to be like that. Like, and then when I try to drink, if it's a white liquor, I get pain. So like my arm starts hurting, like achy hurt, as if I was like throwing fastballs with my left arm. I get super, super achy. And I'm like, I gotta go to bed. So I go to sleep and sleep it off. If it's a brown drink, I just get tired. So my best high comes from using my gifts. It's weird. Or just being with friends and dancing and having a fun time. I get so high and drunk off of that. Like, I love it. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm making you cry. Like, don't get a headache over there from laughing at me too hard. But I can't do substances like that. That's why I was a little bit afraid of like the ayahuasca trip. But I'm like, I need that though. I need to let go. And how high, like, they talk about going in space high. So I'm like, ooh, I want to see what that feels like. As long as I don't feel like I'm falling. Listen, Amy, I pray you are right, but that would literally have to be like a gift. Like, here you go, here's a house. Because I don't know how that would help. Yeah, I really want to do the ayahuasca journey. Of course, guided. I also learned that you shouldn't be eating because it makes all your digestive let go. So I've heard of people like having diarrhea or something like that. So I would definitely do probably a water diet. Like some kind of like electrolytes only for like 24 hours, 48 hours or something like that. Oh, child. Okay, it felt good to talk about something other than politics for a minute. Yeah, family reunion and Nanku. Oh my gosh. See, at least you know who you come from. Like, until I did Ancestry, I was so lost. Like, on one hand, I don't know my biological father's side. So there's this thing of like, who am I? You know? But then it's also like, I don't know what tribe I belong to, or, you know, something like that. So when I moved to Georgia, I had just did my Ancestry in 2016. And I can't tell you how, I want to say peace, but maybe it's not even accepted, but like more grounded, I guess. I felt seeing the different countries of Africa. Now, mind you, they're all named by colonizers, so they're not actually like countries, but just seeing all these different countries, Nigeria, Mali, and Benin, and the Congo, and some other Eastern tribes, the Bantu tribes, and just seeing all these different places. Oh, and was it Madagascar? No. Madagascar? No. Yes. Madagascar? That was one. But there's another one that's like off the Philippines. I was like, oh, that explains my eyes and my flatter face. Okay. Because I do have a bit of an Asian look compared to the rest of my family. So I had like 1% of like a Filipino ancestry and all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, oh, okay. Like when I say mutt, like I'm pretty much every continent except the one people don't really live on. Oh, wow. And that's the thing. Like my grandmother, my great grandmother, I knew her. She was born in 1911 and she died when I was 17. Like, that's amazing. People don't get that to know their great grandparent. And I love that. And, she used to love me. But she was very tiny, very light-skinned, very slick hair. And when I sat with my grandmother to like learn my family tree and stuff, she was saying that my grandmother's father was half Cherokee or Creek, one of those. And I'm like, oh, okay, that explains her skin color and her hair. And, she was this tiny little thing. And I was like, okay. So when I did my ancestry, I was like totally expecting to see Indigenous American people. I did not. So I'm like, okay. What ended up happening was there was somebody likely who was mixed race, and who did not want to be known as Black, which I understand. I understand why people pass in those days, because why would you not pass? You can actually use that platform to do greater good. However, as a woman, I would be absolutely terrified to have children, because, woo, what if Grandpa Joe comes out? Like, no. My mom's favorite movie is Imitation of Life. And I remember sitting there and watching it with her one time. And I tell y'all, I boo-hooed, I think, for days. Boo-hooed for like days. Because that lady knows she tore up that acting role. When her mama died. Oh my God. Oh my God. I don't know how that's y'all favorite movie. My favorite movie is Pretty Woman. Like, Pretty Woman, come climb the trellis and rescue me. Like, y'all over here, like, you like to cry. Something wrong with you. Like, I can't do it. But I understood passing. Like, that movie honestly made me understand passing. Because it's like, I want a better life. I don't want people spitting at me. I don't want to be cleaning up people's shit. I want a better life, and I understand it. So I can't get mad at people for passing. However, some of those people who are descendants of people who passed are racist. And it's like, do you know where you come from, baby? You didn't get those thick lips from your European ancestor, I promise you. Meanwhile, I got my thin lips from my European ancestor. I'm like 20% European. Oh, man. Oh, my gosh. Pinky. Never heard of it. The Pope's family passed? Yeah. Because you couldn't have told me he was Black. But, he was Haitian. And Haitian's a different thing, because Haitians had colorism so bad. So bad. So I can understand the passing there too. But then for them to be Republican? Okay. I'm sorry, Suze. Where are we at? Oh, shoot. We're at two hours. Okay, by the way, if anybody is interested in catching up with any of our our readings, those are on the YouTube page. And they are all up there, up to date, at least from November. I didn't even think of doing it with October. I wish I did, because we had some really good readings in October. I wish I did, but I did not. So my bad. All right. So, like I said, we got some readings to do today. I need to pray first. Oh, the haka. I love watching the haka, man. All the readings from November are up there. Remember, I didn't do them every single day in November. For the most part, I've done them every single day in December, except the 17th, because I got on a minute after midnight, so I missed that day. I think in next year, I want to try to go 365, just because I want to keep that. I don't know. I just want to do something for a whole year and not quit. I am definitely a self-sabotager. All right, so to finish the thought about scrying, because obviously y'all, my medicine has definitely kicked in. To finish the thought about scrying, so this guy, I can't show him to you because I get in trouble now if I show anything that is, because I already put the card up. I tried not to put the card up, but I wanted to show you the scrying thing, and now I'm like, dang it, I can't take it off. So Because I think people are like selling products with just pictures or somebody else's video. So they're like, you can't do that. So I understand it. But so scrying out loud is supposed to be staring into something and then receiving pictures. So he does a scrying bowl. So he does his bowl of water that he stares into. But he's the one who mentioned the moon water. So like his scrying bowl is the moon water. Oh my gosh, let me show you guys this real quick. Just because I saw the book in the cart. And I got to do a review on it. But like I said, it's in the cart. I got to do a review on it, but how cute would this be? I don't know. Y'all let me know if this would be a great gift for a guy. So there's this book, right, that I received, and it's called What I Love About You. And it's like 30 things I love about you and the reasons why I love you. I'm not going to give it to him for Christmas. I'm planning to give it to him for his birthday, which is in January. Oh, Lord. Here we go, Lisa, with this nose thing. Oh, Lord. I hope that doesn't mean somebody's coming. I haven't prayed yet. All right. Anyway. So the book is called What I Love About You. I think it could work, too, if it's like a parent to a child or something, or a child to a parent. Like, I think it's a great book. I looked through the prompts. I liked it. But I'm thinking of giving this to him for his birthday. His birthday's in January. And so, like, some of the prompts are, like, I really love it. Like, look at that. It's like two. Oh, man, it's too bright. It says to from, you know, and then it says what I love about you. And it says, my love, I wrote this book for you as a way of showing my love and appreciation. I'm the person I am today thanks to your love and support. This book contains some treasured memories of our relationship, and it is an expression of my gratitude to you for being the greatest partner I could ever ask for. You can scratch out the word partner and put it as a child or something if you want to. Number 1, my favorite thing about you is, 2, having you in my life has. 3, you're the cutest when. 4, I knew you were for me when. And you can still use that as a parent talking to your children, because it's amazing sometimes when you like first look at them. 5, I will never get bored with your blah, blah, blah. And so if we can go anywhere in the world together, we would go, even when we are apart. You know, it's just a lot of like really cute prompts and stuff. Do y'all think that would be a good gift for a guy? Or does that feel like too non-masculine? I don't know. Hi, Smooth. What do y'all think? Oh, what's emotional? What I miss? Going to... Oh my God, you guys are using words I don't even know how to say. A hula for Pele. I definitely want to go to Hawaii now, but not because of the white reason I had when I was younger. Like, oh, Hawaii. But now I was like, oh my gosh, I want to go see culture. Oh, wait, let me finish telling you guys what happened after. So I did my ancestry and I learned about these countries, right? And then we moved to Georgia and we went to this place called Flying Biscuit to try it out. And they, you know, I wanted a sweet tea, so I got a sweet tea or whatever. And then the guy was like, would you like the mango sweet tea? And I was like, ew, I don't like sweet mangoes. I like bitter mangoes, you know, like, and I said, I don't like sweet mangoes. And he was like, why? I was like, I like bitter mangoes. I like salty, like I have a salty palate. I don't like sweet stuff, unless it's chocolate. And he goes, you must be Senegalese. When I tell you, y'all, I was so proud. He's like, that's how Senegalese women are. They like the salty, the men like the sweet and juicy. I was like, oh, okay. But anyway. And I was like, first of all, yes, Senegalese is on my DNA test. And then I had went somewhere to an interview or something. And as I was getting in my car, and I had realized this man kept staring at me. He kept looking at me, kept looking at me. I was like, okay. And then, now mind you, I've been with my partner for a long time. So there was no romantic interest for me at all. But so I'm getting in my car and he's like, "Can I ask you a question?" And guarded, right? So I'm like, sure. And he goes, "Are you from Nigeria?" He's like, "You look like my mother and my aunt." And I was like, according to my ancestry test, I am almost 30% Nigerian. So as a person who has like this whole gap in half of my life, at least, plus as a younger person, I'd always been like filling a hole because we didn't have culture in America. And like people who came from Caribbean islands and all that kind of stuff, like most of them had some culture. Detroit people have culture. New York people have culture. DC people have culture. Southern people seem to have a culture, but Miami Blacks did not have really a culture. We got music now, really from like the 90s forward, but I was having these thoughts before that. And and then the Cubans came over and their culture is all over Miami. So it's like, what do we have? Like nothing. And so just hearing these two guys in Georgia, like one connected me with my Senegalese side, and knowing that I love bitter and sour things, and that's a Senegalese woman thing, I'm like, oh my God. So it just felt like connection is what I'm saying. It's like I felt connected to my ancestry because people could look at me and tell me what it was. And I was like, oh my God, that's so awesome. Like, wow, that's really awesome. So it's just been real cool. Just really cool. And he's like, "You look like my mother and my aunt." So I knew it wasn't a hit at that point because, like, if you were hitting on me, you would not be telling me I look like your mom and your auntie, So it was just really cool. So, just to finish that story. All right. Let's pray. Let's read. Hopefully you guys can still hear me because I don't see any comments from you at this point. You're not even talking anymore. Pele is the goddess of volcanic fires. Ooh, let me get into her. Like, she gives me great vibes. I like her. Tell me she's not the evil person. But I really like that. That was some serious resonance there. Oh, okay. She has amazing energy. Okay. Like I'm gonna have to go to Hawaii. Like, I really do. I need an off-path Hawaiian visit. She destroys to create. And okay. Ooh, I like how you just said that just then. Oh my God. I love how you just said that just then. I don't know why my eyes were leaking so much. I think because I might have been about to cry about the Africa thing. She destroys to create. I love that. Because, like, as soon as I read that, right, I got, that's what's happening. And, it goes back to the thing that I said. I say God, y'all can put whatever word you use. I think we're just talking about the same thing, no matter what you call it. But I say God because it's the easiest thing for me to say. And that's how I refer to it, right? Refer to this spiritual connection, the creator, all that stuff. So when I read that, she destroys to create, in that flash, I got, that's what's happening, is that they're using, not they, the people doing the destroying, but they're using what is destroyed to create something new. In other words, that's what our spiritual people are doing. It's like, okay, so you're going to tear this shit down? Don't worry about it. You won't get to build anything. Watch this ballroom. You won't get to build anything. Kali. Like, honestly, one of my favorite movies that have come out in recent is Moana. I could watch that over and over again, like over and over again. There's just something, like, when they start singing the Waymakers song. Oh my God. It's just, oof. Chills. Okay. So I got a feeling that I'm going to go to Hawaii quite a few times because I want to see all the different islands. She is Nefertiti. Okay. It's kind of like, okay. I think so, Sus. Child. Okay, so I got a feeling I will be visiting. I want to go there. I want to go to New Zealand. There's just something about... I want to go to the Philippines. There's just something about... I just want to go... I want to visit the places of the keepers of the earth. You know. I just love... Lin-Manuel was in his bag with that movie, period. Period. Every single song. That and Encanto. Oh my God. When I tell you those movies are better than Frozen. Now, Frozen 2, I did like better than that. Frozen 2 was talking about the European destruction of the indigenous peoples. I was like, oh, preach. Preach. Oh, wait, you mean your history is a lie and he actually betrayed the native indigenous leader? Oh, preach. I love all of it. And people are like, oh my God, it's DEI. No, it's people seeing their history, their culture, respected and come to life. But Pixar and Disney really effed up with Princess and the Frog. Yeah. All right. So, let's get to praying. Yeah. We can have a real good time. Did I finish what scrying is? It's basically seeing. But yeah, so he said moon water is something about supercharged or whatever. It's good for cleansing. It's good for different things. I forgot who he was talking to. If I could figure out who he was talking to, I'll send you a message. Oh, and some people scry in tea leaves, like tea leaf readings. And I'm seeing here something with mud. I don't know what's in this water. But it's like they shake it up and then they see stuff. So it's like seeing in something, you know? There's another reader. I don't know how much I trust her as far as like a you know, because a lot of people, like, you're learning who these people are. Oh yeah, because it is like scrying the ancient art of predicting the future. Okay. Whereas like I don't necessarily predict the future. Like for instance, with the DT dream. Hey girl. With the DT dream. When I dreamt of DT dying, I didn't feel like that was the future. I feel like that had happened. You know what I mean? Like I'm not usually predictive. I'm usually talking about what is. You know? So like the channeling thing was slightly predictive, but it felt still more like what is. Like what's really... Oh my God. Who sent me that video? Was that you, Amy? Who sent me the video about SEAL Team 6 being on standby? Was that you who sent me that video? I was like, bitch, we read about them. Okay. Was it you, Suze? One of y'all has sent me that black lawyer lady. Because I sent it to you guys too. It might have been Britt or Maddie. I love the fact that we have a community where I can use your names. Oh, it was you, Carly. Okay. I knew one of y'all sent it to me. Tara Moore. Yes. So Tara Moore, matter of fact, y'all, I'm going to play it so we can hear it. Oh yeah. Y'all can't see these, but oh my God. Yes, they are at attention. I'm going to play it over here so y'all can hear it. And then some of those things I want to read on. But when she says SEAL Team 6 is on standby, I was like, okay, so that channel is coming true. Wait, that's one of the things I lost. Because it happened in October, that channeling. That's one of the things that I lost because I didn't download it. And that I didn't download it. I wish I did. I didn't. And that's why it makes me really interested why they're going after Clinton so hard. And nobody's noticing the fact that they're going after the Clintons very, very hard. Because one thing we don't care about is it being a Clinton. Okay. Like, we knew he was a woman. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, to me, that's okay. Okay. Like, you know, he likes women. Okay. It's like, we've dealt with that. Okay. And so, but they're throwing the Clintons real, real, real hard. And it just brings me back to my channeling. I'm like, Obama and Clinton are working together to put together a coalition. So for me, it feels like an attack. Is she an awesome woman? Not necessarily. But is she one of the best women for now? I think she is. To help with putting it together. She's not going to be leading, you know? Okay. So hold on. Let me see this mud one for a second. Wait, we don't have sound. Hold on. Oh, okay, wait. It's on mute. So what are you supposed to be doing? Okay. All right, that's interesting. That's a way to make money on YouTube, is just post a video of you doing that. Okay, so
you get a pot of water. You get a pot of water.
Tara Moore.
Really slow.
Wait, I think I sent it to. Okay, let me go to Carly's messages.
Can you show me what you look like? You can talk and use your voice. I'm recording. I've never done this before.
Okay, so we're gonna go.
Love. I come with respect. Can you show me what my future husband?
That's why you wasted your. That's so weird to waste your gift asking to see your future husband. Okay, so let me turn this up so y'all can hear Tara. Tara, which one is it? I don't know. I'm gonna turn it up. So listen to what she said, because she's oh, I can? Ooh, I'll try that. I will try that. Yeah, Bill was incredibly flawed. He was incredibly flawed. However, I'm still trying to understand why they're tying it to. Okay, cool. Kai. I love the name Kai. Way better than Velby. But now I have to try to remember Kai because I've attached you to Velby. Okay, so this is Tara. Listen to her. She's whispering, so I'm trying to make sure that it's up, and I'm trying to make sure it's right under you guys. I want you to hear what she's saying. If you look her up, it's more Tara 2, the number 2.
Happened. How many of you thought that Pete Hegseth would get away with the double tap? How many of you thought that they weren't going to do anything? I know I began to kind of think that. I didn't realize that they were still having hearings about it, right? And that the Secretary of the Air Force, Kendall, just testified before Congress and said that what Bradley did was a war crime and that it would have legal consequences and that it went against the rules of engagement for wartime and peacetime. That double tap is fucking serious. And then I kind of grouped it together and said, okay, Trump has immunity domestically, but he doesn't have immunity internationally. And that would stand to reason why he all of a sudden recognizes the ICC and its power within the world as far as member states. Because Trump is an international businessman. It would mean that some of his businesses are in member states and he wouldn't be able to go to them. Argentina's a member state. So it became very like, okay, what's going on? Why is he's asking immunity for him and his regime, which includes Hexeth, right? And they're asking not to be tried as war criminals in The Hague once they leave office, which would stand to reason why Trump is now pushing a third term. And this is the thing. The ICC has begun quietly investigating the double tap. They have been very quiet about Trump's threat of sanctions and everything. They have not agreed to that. They are not going to rewrite the Roman statute. Trump is in trouble because he ordered the strikes. Pete Hegseth is in trouble because he carried out the strikes. And now we find out that he was in the room the whole fucking time. He lied and said that he left at one point. He didn't leave. He was there the whole time. And then on top of that, Admiral Bradley, who testified before Congress to save his pension, how many of y'all knew he quietly resigned this month? He quietly resigned his post this month. Guys, this shit is getting sick. How many of you, do you guys know what standby is? When you're in an elite military unit, standby is a bad thing. It means that you're on reserve. You're not being used. SEAL Team 6 is on standby? What is fucking going on? Something's happening, guys. Something's happening. And I think we're not going to find out till the first of the year. Because a lot of shit's going on behind closed doors. Hi, guys. I know some of you thought that...
Okay. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. And when I heard that, I was like, oh, snap. That was the channeling. And, oh, yeah, I love Cheetos. Yay, processed food. Oh, dude. Go check it real quick. Go check the pizza index real quick. Let's see what else we got to read on tonight. I'm so excited, y'all. You don't understand. Like, I'm seriously going to be like this freaking meme here. Hold on. Show my palm. I got it here. Show me the palm. Hey, Becky. Why they acting like they don't see my palm? You see my palm. Exactly. Best mood. Oh, wait. It's like, girl, choose a picture. Oh, you right. First of all, I forgot which one of you posted this, but yes. Yes. Hold on a second. Let me take that down before they get me. Ooh. Wait, hold on. I did a ooh. So now I'm like, wait, I did just buy some cream cheese. Let me save these for tomorrow. Because cream cheese and Cheetos tonight would be too fat assery. This right here was also really good. Hold on. How they make music into drugs. I don't want to show too many still pictures because they'll be like, oh my God, you're not live for real. Okay, what was I looking up again? Real quick, if you're interested in a private, and you don't want to go through giving TikTok half of what they choose, this is an option right here. You can screenshot it. That'd be great. We can do it that way. Also, this is where I post all my non-spiritual videos. You can see, like, I did a better job of getting subscribers there, but I don't have any watch hours, like, almost. I'm going to show you Lean Into the Spirit real quick. What was I showing you guys? Oh, yeah. And look, somebody came and got me. They're like, girl, come see this address. I'm spooked. I'm like, I'm coming. I'm coming. But I have decided I'm not doing any more AI videos. Not like actually posting them. Oh, wait. That's my daughter's picture. Don't sync that from the cloud. What was I looking up? It wasn't the tapper. DEFCON 4. Wait, what does that mean? Double take increased intelligence watch. Oh, okay. Hold on. My problem is how they will be exposed for carrying orders. That's what's going to sweep them, Dawn, is that I think there's going to be a leak that tells them about oh, no. I'm trying to remember. Wait, what happened to the pictures? No, cancel. What happened to the pictures? Okay, what am I looking for? These little girls in all these pictures. What was I looking for? First of all, did y'all see this? Oh my God, I loved it. But there was a video, and I shared it a while ago, but somebody put it on a shirt real quick because they asked for it. But look. Thank you guys. We're almost at 100K. What? Yes. I'm trying to see if I'm going to be able. Oh, this is every time I talk about it, I'm like, when I say the meme with Leonardo DiCaprio, that's like how I'm gonna be looking at the TV when we're watching all the documentaries. I was there. See, I was right. I knew it. I'm gonna be just like that. Like, I knew it. I knew it. Yeah. So, for those who are wondering how to see all our past readings, they are available to you, and they're available at my other. Okay, I think if you go to that thing in my bio, you'll see all these icons, and all these icons will tell you where to go. So Substack, YouTube, all of those. For those of you new, if you haven't watched my video, I implore you to go watch the announcement video and stare at his chin. You're welcome. I can't show it because I actually had my video taken down. You're welcome. Go look. Make sure you look. Okay, I was looking for my channel thing, but we can go ahead and get started. I'm going to pray and... Oh, there it is. Of course, the minute I say that. So this is if you're interested in seeing all the different readings over... What? No, I didn't see your post about... Stop shaking. Okay. So if you, like I said, if you go there, you'll see all our live streams. Now, mind you, all the live streams are put together, so you can do what some of the other ladies do, where they let it be background noise as we read. We've had some amazing readings over the last month and a half that's there. And when I say they have been coming true as the days go on, we're like, what? Like, they have really been coming true. Like I said, you're not going to see the channel about SEAL Team 6 because, one, I was advised not to put that up, right? By people who are military vets. They had told me don't put it up because they feel they know that's what's happening. They said, you know, there's a lot happening in the vet chats and stuff. So they asked me to not put it up. So that's why I did not put it up. But as a result, though, I lost it. Because it was taking up so much space that I had deleted it. So that's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. Oh, yes. Hag Breath did lie about not being in the room. They've proven that he was in the room. I mean, first of all, that's easily proven. So did you threaten everybody who was in the room to not do that? And first of all, y'all, Holsey, the black guy, the black admiral I had told y'all about. Remember we did the reading on him? And what we said? We said that he was going to go and handle business. And now that they knew, and I knew he took screenshots, because first of all, how you gonna have this conversation over a video? Hey girl, thank you for getting your daily heart me. Don't forget to comment and go grab all your points, okay? First of all, how you gonna have this conversation over video? You dumbass. Do you not think a black person who has climbed to the almost top of his field is not going to CYA? Baby, I'm recording on the minute you say, can we have a talk? Sure can. Go ahead. Like, I'm not, like, if there's one thing, I'm not really making it a racial thing, but I am telling you what racial communities know. And this is every racial community of non-white, is you track everything. Because all of our communities have the rule of you have to work twice as hard to get half as much. All of us have that rule because we all know. And that's not just some BS. That's literally statistically the truth. It just is. You know, just look at the pay thing. For the dollar the man earns, a woman earns what? 78 cents or something like that. Like, however it goes. Like, how do we get reduced in value compared to a white man? But it happens, right? It's nothing to accept, but it isn't something to say that doesn't happen. How about that? But anyway, you think he wasn't going to track the conversation? We know you write down who said what, who was in the room to hear it, and what time it happened. Like, we know this. Come on, man. When I read it was over video, I said, you good and cooked, man. You're cooked. Exactly. I'm recording it and I'm sending it to my private email and I'm sending it to other people. Yes, ma'am. Yes, I'm covering my ass. That's just how it works. Okay? You don't play about it. You do not play about it. Exactly. We were all told, you cover your ass. Yeah, I think that was our second reading. Or no. I think it was the first time we read about Bradley. But before we read about Bradley, we read about Holsey. Or something like that. Because I remember hearing about Holsey during Thanksgiving break, right? When I was up in Tennessee and we were driving on our way down, I heard about Holsey. And then I heard about the conversation in which Holsey said, I've been in here, 20 years? I'm not about to follow illegal orders. And I went, oh shit, he said that specifically because he's recording. I knew he said it the minute I heard, I'm not about to follow illegal orders, and somebody was able to tell you what he said. Oh, I knew he recorded that shit. Come on, man. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yeah, I am recording everything. All right. And exactly. Rightfully so. Right. But just the fact that you were able to say exactly what he said, right? That already lets you know if he can tell you verbatim what he said, or if somebody can tell you verbatim what he said. Not only is that boy incompetent, Haggy breath, incompetent. He played remember? I think we got like a page or something. Yes. We had got a page in that reading. And it was like Hag's breath tried to remind him that he was a boy, compared to his stature. I'm Secretary of State or Secretary of Defense. You are a boy, like that, like you got to follow orders. And that reduction of him was like, oh, hell no. I knew he covered his ass. I knew he was just waiting for them to call him. Go ahead, call me. And the crazy thing is, we said this, right? Because they had the general meeting on 9/30, right? They had it on September 30th or September 29th, one of those two. I remember it was just before the shutdown. And we talked about that. Like, we talked about, I think we had really just started talking in community-wise in late September or early October. Like, we really just started building our community here. And I just remember going, oh shit, something just happened. Because first of all, the way he got up talking to those men, I was like, you do know they got way more experience than you. You do know, like, not even combined, in one of their thumbs, they have way more experience than you, way more integrity than you. You know, like, you just knew. And that's what I'm saying. Like, despite what they have in as accomplices and complicit people and other people, despite what they have, we still have integrity and truth on our side. And that may have been taking a beating, like Nines Wand style, but it ain't going down. It ain't going down. And that's what be pissing me off about people like, oh, both sides are complicit. Oh, we, you know, like, we can't get out of this. Like, we're cooked. We're done. I'm like, bitch, you lay down. You go lay down then. Because I'm not going without a fight. And, you know, like, I can't get out in the streets or anything. But what I can do is make people aware, which is why I made all those AI videos. Like, are you kidding me? Guys, pay attention, right? Wait, I do have one more AI video to do. I'm going to do the one where we talked about that they were trying to let us know, like, how they stared at the camera. If I can find that video, because, you know, they've been erasing videos. They've been erasing videos. They don't have on the White House page, they don't have that patriotic game video. That's not there. I was looking for it because I didn't watch it that night because I was exhausted. I'm like, I'm tired of listening to his voice, so I didn't watch it that night. So I went back to watch it yesterday while I was collecting all my evidence, and I can't find it. It's not on their regular video page. It's not in their live stream part of the page. I can't find it. On their page. Obviously, I can probably find somebody else who has been doing record keeping. And this is why this time is so important, because we need to be keeping records. And I love that that Becky is, like, really pushing that, at least in my DMs and to others, I'm sure, about you are a record keeper. It is so important that you pull the videos, that you keep them, you share them, you store them, because we are the record keepers. We are the record keepers. He made an announcement about the patriotic games. I don't know why I always say Arctic, but he made a video about it. And it was really interesting because I was trying to process my feelings first. Like, how am I feeling? Oh, okay, good. My particular videos automatically download. I have that in my settings. So whenever I post a video, it does automatically download for me. Just because TikTok be real quick to take my videos down. Like, if you want to watch the rated R version of the chin wobble, go to YouTube. It's there. Once you see it, baby, you can't unsee it. You can't. You're like, why does he have a female button on his chin? Because at first I thought I was losing my mind. I'm like, why did they give him so many? Why is he like? And I'm like, oh my God, I've never noticed this. And then, like, while it was doing that, it seemed to grow longer. Well, I took that line because when Time did that picture, y'all saw that picture of Time, right? When Time, there is somebody in there on our side. I'm telling you, the AI boys, like the ones putting the videos together, they're on our side. They're on our side. So, and they just seem to grow longer. And then they started, like, clapping. And then I'm like, wait a second. Is that a button? Oh my God, he has a girl's thing on his face. And then I just died. Like, I don't like to say I died because words are so important. And I just cracked up. Like, I was just laughing. I was just laughing so hard. I was like, it's talking to me because it's just... No, remember we got a bunch of pages. I think they are. I think they are the pages because they're the little people. They're the ones you're not paying attention to. And it's like, on one hand, I kind of want to make that video like, hey, y'all, we see you. Thank you for looking out. But another, I don't want to say anything. You know, I don't want them to know that we know, because I don't want them to get fired. I want them to continue to let us see. Like, for instance, this right here. This is on the video I posted earlier today. And let me say this apology real quick before I get into that. Like, I had a come to Jesus moment earlier tonight before I hit live, where I realized, you know, I've been in the AI world for the 3 years since it's been released. I was one of the first adopters of using ChatGPT, like generative AI. I have a certificate in AI prompting, prompt engineering, and like, I do this, you know? And so, because I'm in my bubble about it, because we've been doing it for 3 years now, I don't often realize that other people don't. Like, some of y'all don't take it past creating cartoons and coloring pages and emails. Like, and so there was some heat to what I said about, like, are you serious? But it's like, I got smacked upside the head earlier today when I was outside. It's like the minute I touched grass, literally, it was like downloads. It was like, some people just don't know. And I was arguing, like, but we're 3 years into this. It's like, you're 3 years into this. Because people were legitimately asking under my video. There was one where I didn't do any of the walking through. I just kept showing you the zooms, the zooms, the zooms. And the person was like, I don't know what I'm looking for. And I'm like, how can you not know what you're looking for? It's like literally in your face is my thought. I didn't write that down. I'm like, how can you not know? Like, it's literally in your face. And the example is this, right? So this is one of the pictures. And I'm, you know, is one of the freeze frames, is one of the pauses. I'm like, how can you not know, honey? How do you not know what I'm showing you? And I don't know. It just occurred to me, people aren't going to look for it because they don't know what to look for. So I'm like, okay, cool. But if you look at her, right? What do you notice? Stop being so jiggly. What do you notice? Y'all tell me what you notice real quick before I tell you what it is. Right. They think it's blurry just because I froze it or that I slowed it down. But it's not. It's not. I play the video and you'll see that even as I play the video, she still looks like this, you know? So, hold on. Okay. Let me put my elbow here. All right, cool. I'm trying to hold my thumb, everything. So not only is she super blurry, but like, if you look at this lady's phone, right? I've trained you guys that the phone, stop jumping. I don't know how to make it stop. Like, I'm trying to put my hand here. Okay, can we stop now? There we go. Okay, let me take my chin off. No, but I need the chin to hold it. This is stupid. Okay, let me tell you first, and then you look. So if you look at the phone, and I love that they're using phones now. This feels like another call from the inside of the house, like, hey, this isn't real, look. Right? So I always look at the phones now, right? Because I've noticed that with every single phone that we look at. She's still not mentioning them, though. That's what okay, anyway. So I'm telling you, right, stop. What you're going to look like at the phone, always look at the phones. Always, always, always look at the phones. What to look for? Always look at the phones, okay? Whenever you see a phone, always look at the phone. What are you looking at in the phone? You're looking to see if it properly reflects the environment, right? So when you look at, that'd be great, Suze, and then show her stuff and say, hey, what do you think? when you look at the phone, you'll see him in the picture like he should be, right? But there is nobody behind him in the picture. However, when we look at the video, there are 3 people behind him in the video. So in the picture of the phone, there should have been 3 people behind him in the video. So now you look at the phone. I'll try to hold it still. I'm trying. Oh, wait. This isn't the example. These are the people on the side, which is still wrong. All right, these are people on the side. Well, no, that's his podium. Oh, you can't even really see him that good. Okay. Anyway. But this is supposed to be reflecting in here, right? And it's not right. We'll see which pictures are supposed to be behind him for that. Okay, so, and then sometimes they don't have the correct buttons on the phone. So you'll see like the recording button, but it's missing the red bar at the top. We did read the interns. We did. We read them. And remember, they're not just interns either. Oh, there's a group pic of the interns. Ooh, sometimes I can get stuff from pictures, but it's not always just the interns. It could also be, you know, the little people, just little but paid people. Yeah, the photography. Oh, I love the photography. Oh my God. Like, I'm really wondering how tall Marco Rubio is now. Yeah. So, okay. So phone. So yes, there's everything. Honestly, it's a lot, right? Some are posting that it's AI, Sunny, but they're still not actually posting that it's AI. They're going, it's a filter. It's AI enhanced. You know, like it's still a nice way of saying it. Like, oh, he's alive. The Snowden hits makes so much sense, right? Exactly. There are people in the room who are listening and people they don't pay attention to. You know, this is the servant class, so to speak. So for instance, there are a lot of rich people who spoke in front of servants because the servants became invisible. They weren't important enough for their attention. You know, they moved around in the background and you get used to it because you grow up with it all your life, or you know, you've just been at it so long. And these people have been at it so long. There are always people in and out of room there. Like I loved watching Bridgerton and Charlotte. Like they did a really good job of showing like the people you don't pay attention to are the ones passing the information. Right. The cadence of his speech is exaggerated, but also one of the things that they're starting to do is use kind of like the way he used to talk in the first admin. So he doesn't say huge, he says huge. And like one of the recent ones I just watched, I can't remember which one. He just keeps saying huge, huge, huge. And I'm like, Okay, so my fellow Bridgerton people, I know I was pissed off to hear that they weren't going to do another season until 2026. But guess what that is? 2026 is next year. 2026 in a couple of weeks. So, oh, I can't wait to have somebody to talk to Bridgerton about. Okay, girls. Hey. Crevice. Wait, why did I read cervix? Oh my God. My dyslexia just kicked my ass for that one. Yes. Oh, I can't wait till we have Bridgerton talk. I hope Larry Ellison don't F this thing up too much. Okay. So this is another thing here, right? Again, she's blurry. Because people keep asking me, but they had press. They had press. I'm like, okay, but the press ain't real either. Shit. Okay. Like you should know that. So this is press, right? And family, I guess, of these people. So you see how blurry she is. Notice none of the pictures are sharp. That's the other thing. We're in 2025. Cameras are sharp. Cameras are sharp. You guys are on my live stream, and some of you can read what this board says. That's quite a distance behind me. Okay, some of y'all can read what this board says. I said some of y'all because some of us is older than 40. So some of y'all can read what this title says very clearly. I can because I know what it says. You know what I'm saying? So like we're in 2025. I'm using a front camera, not a professional photographer's camera. I'm not in the White House that should have professional cameras. So tell me why every single video of this man, every single video of this man is blurry. I'm crispier than him, and I don't even know if I wiped my lens before I got started. Why? And then if you look, he always has an American flag pin, right? And even when they're sharp on him, we can never see clearly the stars. We should be able to. Yes, not only have cameras evolved, but they're the freaking White House. Who should have the best cameras? You get what I'm saying? And so for people to be like, oh, it's fuzzy. Oh, it's because of low res. Almost cussed again. Are you serious? You seriously think it's low res is the problem at the White House? I mean, look at this photograph right here. Let's talk about Vanity Fair right quick. Let's look at this Vanity Fair. Ah, shit, I still didn't take it. Okay. Okay, let's go by the real Michael Jackson picture. How about that? This ain't the real one. Let's look at this real Michael Jackson picture, which was 20 years ago. I can see Michael's contoured face so clearly. I can see his buttons. I can see the logo or house thing, whatever's on the jacket thing. I see it clearly. I can see that Evan's shirt is likely velvet, right? Somebody pointed out that this Bill Clinton is a lot older looking. I mean, this Bill Clinton is a lot older looking or just wrong compared to this one. Because why is his face so pink and stuff? And then look how fuzzy she looked, but she ain't fuzzy. This is some shitty ass, whatever they did. Okay. Yeah, I can see it's velvet or it's just soft. I can see this, and this is a 20-year-old picture. Okay. However, hold on. What's that about? Oh, I hate when people talk about ADHD is about food. Really? Child, I ate at home. I ain't have processed food. And I still had it. Okay. This. Oh my God, this right here. This was one of the ways I went, oh shit, they're effing up with us. All right. So remember I said they're always watching our social media. So here we had this person talking about our restaurants at the time. He was talking about the DC restaurants. And people were like, but you ain't never even ate at a DC restaurant. So how do you even know how the restaurant is? So next thing you know, he's eating at a DC restaurant. Here's what's wrong. First of all, I don't know everything about government, but I do know two things. I know you ain't never going to have your president and your vice president uncovered in public together. Nor will you have your top three, your president, your vice president, and your secretary of state together. You don't do this. You never have your successors together. And they're in public? Look how uncovered they are. So first of all, I knew this was fake off the rip. Because one, you don't do that. Okay? And then when you watch the actual video, which I can't show you right now, because I have the shopping cart up. And they don't let me show you things that are pre-recorded from anybody else, right? Because I keep getting restrictions. If you look at that video, first of all, keep in mind this, what I just told you, because this is a rule. Governments don't work this way. You never have your top three successors in person. And I think, was Mike also there? I think Mike is also there. So that'd be your top four, right? So Or is he 5? He might be number 5. So that means the other one might have been there too. So basically they had the top 5 people there. So this already was like some really incompetent stuff. You either had a young person doing your AI who didn't know anything about government, or something was just different. Something was stupid. But you would never have these 4 men together. That would not happen. Not in public. Not in public. They have 2 separate planes. Air Force One and Air Force Two, because they're not allowed to fly together. So that already was wrong, right? So then they're like, he's out in public, you know, like he did the restaurant thing. Okay, so when you watch that restaurant video, okay, first of all, that Dawn, just the fact that we have our successors together, that already told you this is fake, this is a lie, whatever they're going to do, this is not true, right? Oh, I don't know when he was in a restaurant by himself. I never saw that. He was in that picture. He was in that picture I just showed. Anyway, so that's one part. No security judging by the TikTok. Yeah, well, first of all, I should have seen security right there next to them, because somebody should have been taking a bullet if something happened, right? So they're not flanked at all, right? So then the next part of this, right? Inside the video, low lighting, blurry shit, whatever. But also, there are 2 women or 3 women, and they're chanting about Pal, you know, like they have some kind of rhyme going about this, like, you're committing crime, no help for Palestine, or something like that. It was some kind of chant, right? 3 women standing up in a restaurant with a protest sign. 3 women. You think security wouldn't have handled them right away? Okay, cool. Let's get past that part. So then he walks up to them in the video. He walks up to them and he just does this. First of all, they're women, 1. Right? So we already know how he feels about women. I don't know what you're saying, what, Ray? I don't know what that means. But anyway, okay, so he just stops in front of the women. You know, somebody was like, oh, it's a different angle. So from behind, one, I was like, is this a body double or something? Because he doesn't walk like that. And then when I saw the other angle, he just walks up to the women and he does this. I was like, that's a weird ass reaction to just, and look. I'm like, this ain't real. Because that man would have been going off, 1, or he would have been ridiculing them, 2, or security would have handled them, or security would have handled them, 3. So I'm over here like, that video's not real. Wait, what? So then, this is right around the same weekend. Because remember, we got proof of life. Yeah, he would have been named. He would have been doing something. Thank you, babes. I rebuke you. So then, so this was proof of life week. Because remember, all week we've been going, this man is gone. So then you have at the open. And you see him sitting at the open. And I went, okay, he must be okay. Like, he must be real. He must be okay. Like I'm wrestling this whole weekend with, I don't feel his energy like I normally do. So I do think something happened to him. I think maybe he went for a medical procedure and it failed and he's incapacitated for a while, right? So this is what I'm like, I feel like he's not well, you know? Especially because like they did a whole bunch of stuff that, you know, a bunch of fake pictures, a bunch of fake videos, a bunch of older things. And I'm like, okay, this doesn't make sense. All right, cool. So then I see him at the open, which is on 9/10. Wait, 9/10 was the Charlie thing. Whatever that Sunday was. The Charlie thing was my second or third inclination of an AI video. Because I was like, that doesn't look like him. 9/7 or 9/14, whichever one was the open. And I was like, wait, okay, he must be better now, right? Yeah. I'm like, he must be better. Because, he had the death thing, the whole hoax thing or whatever. He was gone for a procedure. Somebody had mentioned out. Actually, that was later. Never mind. I was going to say somebody has mentioned that every first of the week he disappears. So that might be when he's getting like infusions and stuff. But this was the first weekend that we noticed this happening. So that excuse that. Don't even have that in your head. So I saw the open and I see him out in public. I'm like, because social media has said we don't see you in public. So now he's at the open. And I'm like, okay, he must be better. Damn. For real. Like, I'm like, I don't wish him bad, but I don't wish him well either. But anyway, so I see him at the open. I see that the granddaughter don't want to sit next to him. I see the dad makes her sit next to him. Everybody's focused on that. They're like, why would Ivanka let him sit next to blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, she probably told her husband not to let her, like she's with her husband. The daughter should be fine. And I'm like, he should be sitting next to him anyway, or whatever. I didn't watch the whole video of it, but then I was like, he must be fine. But something was like, no, girl, that's a body double. And so I'm like looking, I'm like, yeah, the mannerisms aren't right. Right? So backtrack, since I think this was after 9/11. The 9/11, we had people saying, oh, we got a picture of him. His face is drooped. And I'm like, okay. But he would be, if his face drooped to that point, I think he's out too early. He should be at rehab or something. But you see the picture of him with his face drooped and he's sitting there next to Melania. I'm like, okay. So let me go watch this video then, because if he gave a speech and his face is drooped, I'm interested in hearing what he sounds like. So then I go watch the speech, and the speech is so impassionate and it's so empathetic and it is so coherent, and he's not going off and he's not fumbling a single word. And I went, oh, they are playing with us. This isn't real. So then I move over and I look and I see the little sailor. And so I start staring at the background because I'm like, okay, they might have focused on him. Let me focus on the background. So I'm looking at the background, and then they're like ringing the bell for every single name, right? And I'm looking at the sailor, and the sailor has his crisp whites on, and oh, yay, thank you. And he has like, the blue rings that Navy has. And so I'm looking at the blue rings, and I start to realize, wait a second, those blue rings they're not solid. They look like they're faded. There's no way they're faded, because you would get murked in the Navy or military at all if your uniform was not crispy. So I'm like, that's weird. We have a faded uniform. Okay. Something ain't right. And then I look at the trees and I see the AI blur on some of the trees. I'm like, wait, something ain't right. But this was supposed to be a live show. Now, here's what a lot of people are missing. I can do a live stream of all the videos I've done. I just use a platform. I have one stream. Other people have StreamYard. Other people have other streamers, right? All you do is upload a video and hit stream at this time. And it's going to stream with a little red button and everything as if it's live. The only time it doesn't is if you put on there restreaming, so nobody would know. I mean, and then on top of that, we got to like think about the fact that we've been doing this our whole lives. If you think about television is pre-recorded and they can stream it at a certain time. So live streaming is super easy, especially if you prepare. Like, how many of you have signed up for webinars, right? The webinar is supposed to be live. And then they'll say things like, awesome, Karen, that was a great question. And you'll see Karen's chat go up. But Karen was at the first webinar. And that webinar got recorded. And now it plays as if it's live. It plays as if they're interacting with the chat, and they're not. Because you're like, why are they not calling my name? I'm asking a question. And they're answering everybody up and down and around you. That's because it's pre-recorded. In the business world, we should know that pre-recorded live streaming is possible. It is. And if it wasn't possible, I wouldn't get restrictions from TikTok about them saying I already had pre-recorded information. Why am I doing it as a live? Right? So that live part doesn't matter so much as to say it prevents it from being fake. What matters about the live part is that they are perpetrating it, pushing it off as if it is real. That's the part that matters. That's the part that is insidious. That's the part that is seditious. And that's the part that will clean house. Because they've been doing this for months. Now, the question is, who's going to tell that? Who's going to prove when it happened? Because like I said, I already dreamt that he's not here anymore. I dreamt that on the 7th, 8th. Let me go back to December. Yeah, I dreamt that on the 7th. I believe my dreams. My dreams tend to be right. Thank you. Oh my God, that was the first gift you ever sent. Thank you, girl. So I believe my dreams. My dreams are absolutely correct. And in my dream, I saw the person who's supposed to be letting us know knitting something with the wand that they're supposed to be letting us know. Welcome to the club. And this wand that they're knitting with, I snatch it from them and then light up, because, you know, I'm a Harry Potter fan, and then light up the room and to let people know he's gone. So I had to tell people he's gone. Now, I don't think that's like literally my job. I think that's somebody else's job, but I have been telling people, dog, he's gone. I hope y'all knew that, you know. It's a lonely place to be out there. Oh, it's a lonely place to be when everybody else believes he's still alive. You know, like, man, I hate that man. I'm like, he's not the one making the decisions though. You know? But anyway, so, I don't know how we got on that, but we haven't seen him for real since at least August, the last week of August. But what I will tell you though is I went and looked at another video trying to see it. Oh, that's so lovely. I can't wait till I have a place. I'm totally Harry Potter theming it. Because y'all seen the candles? Somebody did this last year. They put like little clouds or little tissue or whatever that thing is. And then they stuck the candles from the top. And those candles are like, it just looks like, you know, the candles that are in Harry Potter. Oh my God. I was like, okay, I'm definitely doing that. So I'm not answering that question. The whole point of it is like that man been gone. And then when I did the remote viewing in October, because I was practicing remote viewing. Oh, you did. Because like on YouTube, there were some ex-government people, whatever, and they were telling you how to remote view. And I was practicing remote viewing to, you know, get what they're getting. But instead, I got this man in bed with a doctor in a corner talking to Shady Pants, saying there's nothing more we can do. His body is rejecting the medicine. And this was in October. And they're like, I give him a few weeks. And I'm like, what? Why am I seeing this? And I hear him saying that. Remote viewing is basically psychically viewing. So what people don't know is that the government believes in psychics. And the government uses psychics. It's really interesting. If you watch Mayim Bialik's podcast, The Breakdown, she had this woman on here who worked with the CIA or with the FBI, and she was saying, and they believe anybody can do it. It's basically like scrying, like we were talking about, like looking at something and seeing it. And let me see if it's in here. And so they have a very specific way that they train their people on how to remote view. If you go on that channel, you might be able to find it. Like just type in remote viewing, like government or something like that, or CIA or FBI, one of those. And so I did it, and I did the practice. So they had a practice one where they showed something. They tell you how to do it. And so I did it. And what's really interesting is I was kind of close. I just doubted myself. And so, is it in here? Oh no. Like you have to do it the way that you do it, the way that they tell you to do it. So you have like basically you have a step that like kind of clears out your brain first, and this and this and that, yada yada yada. I can't explain it because I've only done it like once that way. Other people that I looked at, they said you can stare at a wall, basically scrying. You can stare at a wall and keep staring at it until your brain starts coming up with things. Like until it comes into your brain, basically. It's not your brain coming up with things. I'm trying to see if I find it. Because, okay, this is it. Like I said, I can't really tell you their rules for it because I don't understand it enough to tell it to you. But, okay. Yeah, the black mirror, that's the obsidian that I was showing you guys. The obsidian mirror. I'm going to get one of those because I'm going to see. Because I've actually did scrying by accident, and I did it sitting at a fountain. And while I was sitting at the fountain, I heard music. I heard it was just really weird. And then I heard God speak, and it was like, whoa, what? And it was just interesting. Geez, this is a bright light. Let me see if I can turn it down a little bit for a second. Okay, wrong light. You might be able to see things in it. I saw internally. Let's put it that way. Wrong. There we go. Turn it down. Hold up. Okay. So this is like the setup here. So the setup, again, I was like, oh, this was way back then. I thought this was in October. I guess it was way back then. Oh, that explains why that channeling thing came to me easy on 9:30, because I guess I was practicing. And so it was this part. So like they tell you some stuff. I forget what all this stuff means because I'm gonna do it again. I just entrust it. And then like you turn the page and then you draw a symbol, right? And they're like, there's certain symbols that people draw. So they, it's called an ideogram. And so they're like, a lot of people will either do a mountain, water, a flat line, some kind of structure, something sentient or whatever. And they're like, people do it. And you have to do it like really, really fast. So it's like, all right, now draw it. And it's like, shh, and you do it without thinking. And then you have to like touch it. It's so weird. But they're like, you touch it, like touch it and describe it. And you're pressing the pen and everything. They're like, was it soft? Was it hard? It just feels like it doesn't make sense. But, you know, I did it. And it was like, I'm writing different things down. And then, oh, this is the one about the doctor. That's interesting. Where's my first one? Where's my first one? That's really weird. This is the one about the doctor. Okay, I think this was my first one. Oh, this was my first one. And it's cool because I was like, what? And they're like, what color do you see? And so you're just pressing, right? And then they're like, describe it. And so you have to describe it. Like it goes all the way up and then it has a rounded top and then it goes steep down. Like it's just practicing. Like, oh, thank you. So it's a bunch of practice, right? And then you have to write on the side. So it's like rounding the corner, sloping down, blah, blah, blah. Like you have to describe everything because I guess it starts training your brain to not discard anything. That's where I need some practice, is to like stop discarding the things that I see. So anyway, it's sharp, it fell, blah, blah, blah. And then you're like, okay, this feels soft. I see grass or whatever it is, right? And it's interesting because I wrote here about this here. I did this rounded thing and I dropped it and whatever. And I'm like, it feels like rocks. It feels rough. It's like a cliff. It's like natural. And I'm saying this stuff and organic, you know, because meaning it comes, you know, as natural. It has carbon or something like that. And I'm talking about it like this and whatever. And then I'm like, but this doesn't make sense. And it turned out it was a volcano. So it was like really close to that. And then it was like this one too, where I saw this man like climbing or something. It's about where did he die or something like that. And so I saw it and it was like really close to whatever it was for real. So it's really about training yourself to not discard and to not interpret, but to receive. And so it's just really, really interesting the way that happens. So anyway, so then I did this one, right? And so I don't know if you can see it, but what I ended up drawing by accident was this little thing here. Hold on, mirror. I got to remember this goes this way. And so you see like the expiration here. You have breath coming out. And then I have like a doctor over here. This is not Bubba and him. I just realized what it looks like now. So I have like this guy here and then I have that guy here. So that's like a doctor and Shady Vance off to the side talking. And then, so you see it's like that mountain over here, but it ended up being hit. So this is like his face. He's on a bed. And so I wrote here, rounded, breath is misty, face, nose, fatigued. That's sickness. You know, how your breath gets really disgusting when you're sick. And so it's like fatigued, sickness, sloping downward. You know, I described that, you know, whatever. Glassy eyes, laying down, darkness, but hospital lights. So it's like, you know, low lighting, but not in a hospital. Back room, medic, whispering. He doesn't have long, 2 weeks at the most. And this was shortly before they tried the new medicine. 2 weeks at the most. There's nothing else. There's nothing else to, I don't know. There's nothing else, something do. His body is breaking down, rejecting it. We can only poke him so much. And then I got that Shady said something, but I wrote over it because I keep doing that. So now I can't read it. So I wrote over whatever I wrote over like twice. And then so the doctor goes, what do you want us to do? Keep trying. We need him to hold on long enough. Okay. Well, guess what? Then we find out that he is likely taking that new Alzheimer's medicine or dementia medicine or whichever one it was to slow it down. And when I heard that, I went, oh, that's what that was. But guess what? His body's rejecting it because one of the side effects of it is that it makes your heart worse. So that was a remote viewing that I had a couple months ago. And I knew it was right because it felt like I was there. Like I could literally hear them. And I just knew he only had so long. And after this reading, after the remote viewing, that's when he started doing some really reckless shit. That's when he got really, really reckless. And I warned that the recklessness was coming. The meeting happened. The thing, you know, they kept pushing this Charlie thing. They made her a martyr or him a martyr, like all this stuff. And like, something's off here. Something's very, very off. Something's really, really, really off. You had the church thing happening. And then, you know, the different Venezuela things. I'm like, okay, that's reckless. All right. You know, so it's like, I just kept thinking all these things. So somebody knows, you know what I mean? Basically, that's what I'm saying. Somebody knows. And the sense that I got last night or the other night, I don't know why I say year, was that somebody said something in front of somebody else, in front of one of the little people. So I think the story will be able to be corroborated once it comes out. I don't know. I haven't like focused in on what the disease was. I just know whatever's happening is, or whatever happened, because I get that he's gone. So, oh, no, he's not here. I'm telling you, we can ask Nyx one more time. You know, like, I don't know. It's like, is Nyx gonna tell me he lied? You know, but every time we ask, it's a done deal. The matter of it is when will we know? And when people ask me that, I tell them I can't tell you that answer, because that is free will. You dreamed of a marriage separation? It's funny because it's like I keep about to say Christy, but I keep saying Caroline, so I don't know. Yes, we did find Nyx. That is why Lonnie is here. Yes, that is why she's here. And notice they're painting a picture of them being power couple. Like that's one of the things that got me looking at the phone, was that somebody did I'm getting so many goosebumps right now. It's crazy. Somebody did a video of, and their video got taken down, I guess, or maybe they chose to take it down. But I took a screenshot and I put it in one of my pictures, in one of my videos to talk about it. Luckily, I do stuff like that because I'm like, y'all's videos keep disappearing. But there's a picture of that man and that woman like walking together as if they're a power couple. Oh, Citrine is yours? Yeah, she's been there since September, basically. And what's really interesting is when I did my research, she wasn't really around before July. I mean, like July was like one of her last times of being around. And then all of a sudden she's around. Let me see if I can see that picture real quick. Because occasionally I do a search for all things his name and then I just delete them all. I keep all my videos, but I delete all the pictures. Because most of the time when I have a picture, it's in a video. So I don't keep it. What did I just say I'm looking for? Oh, that's your boy Halsey right here. When I saw his picture, when I heard the name, I was like, who's Admiral Halsey? Then when I looked him up, I went, yeah, it's over. That black man is not going down for you, booty. Rudy booty. He's not going down for you. What was I looking up? Oh, this picture is the short picture. I'm like, what? How tall is he? I gotta look it up. They said Miller is 5'10". I don't know if I believe that, unless the girl he walked with was about 5'10" also. Okay, so, and then I love how they left his gut out. Y'all see how they left his gut out? Okay, I'm getting distracted. What was I going to show you? There's a picture I said. Oh, okay. I think I remember now. It's just wild because I'm like, if my non-attentive self can notice all this, I know. This is what I meant by the girl's his same height. You see that? Hey, boo. I'm like, dude, you're awfully short for 5'10", honey. You're very short for 5'10". And yeah, I don't think this thing the other night was live. This boy right here in the background, he's very suspicious. And I kept getting AI Halo. I need somebody to know. I need somebody to tell me if they know people who went to these rallies. Because that's the key. How come we're not hearing from people who've attended these things? I don't understand. Okay. I don't remember what time that was. That's the hot mic moment. It definitely is time for me to clean my phone again. I got too many pictures of this man in my phone. Okay, there's Halsey. So that's November. Can't be too far back. Oh, it wasn't. Perfect. Okay, so this is the picture I'm talking about. So they have this picture of these people, all power coupled and stuff. Ah, stop. And that's when I learned about the phone. Because this picture in the phone, this circle picture here, is it's just him by himself. She's not even in it with him. And then they were like, if you zoom in on the hand, I can't do all the zooming here, but they're like, if you zoom in on the hand, her thumb is in the wrong place. His hand is blue, blah, 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 blah. So basically they're trying to front like they are a power couple. They're together. You hear he keeps saying stuff like, darling, darling, Melania, darling. Yeah, okay. And then you see how fuzzy these guards and stuff are? So it's like, none of this is actually real. They're not really there. They're not even properly fuzzy. You know, there's the blurry from like camera focus, and then there's fuzzy. This is just fuzzy. And there was something else around that, but I didn't even look to see what time of year that was that I just did. I know it was in September. Yeah, it's definitely time that I delete more of his stuff. Okay, but this is the picture in September that got leaked out by one person. Y'all see that picture on the right? This is when I was like, he has a nurse. And then they were talking about the limp wrist, because you see they put the person he made fun of. They're like, how does it feel? And so he had a limp wrist, and somebody said that's a wrist of a stroke person. But apparently that's him. I don't know. But that was at the same time they were showing pictures of him golfing. So there's that. Yeah, I still have pictures from September, so it definitely is a time to dump. And then I'll be like, darn, I got rid of the picture. I need to get rid of the picture. It's just an energy thing. Like, I have to get these pictures out of my phone. Hold on. There was something else I was looking for. I was looking for the one. I don't think I'm going to find it. I might have deleted that. Okay. Yeah, I'm in November now, so I might have deleted these pictures already. Yeah, so okay, so like just real quick, like the Mamdani thing, when was that? November 21st. Okay. People were like, but the press was there. The press was there. Yeah, the press was there. They were fake. They weren't real. So, like, these are just two of the things I pointed out. But if we zoom in on some of these things, hold on. It said November 21st. Okay. You have her crazy hands. You have November 21st. Oh, that's too far. Then you have her crazy eyes and the way she's holding the phone. Then you have, and it's just really interesting to me, like how complicit people are, because I'm shocked by the number of people that are for this. But then you have all these multiple fingers on a camera. You know, this guy, he went to wipe his face, and I snapped a picture, and that's the thing that came out with his camera, his hands in his camera. So that's bad. And that, like, one of the things that bugged the heck out of me, and we read about this in here, but was the fact that Mom Donnie didn't say anything. Because why wouldn't he say anything? Because he posted it himself too. Because here we have web fingers on Mom Donnie's hand. Like, his hand is like all webby. And hold on. You have that. You know, I caught it a few times, but one of the most damning times was this one inside of, and I have this video. If you guys go to my AI playlist, you'll see all these videos. So there was one that I freeze framed, you know, a snapshot or screenshot when he went to shake hands with the guy. And I think, like, when I went to go look back at that video on the White House channel, I didn't even see the handshake anymore. But that might be on me. Like, I might have zoomed right past it, but just a clip that they shared. And people are like, oh no, it's just the flattened thing from the blur, from the morphing, from the this, from the that. Like, everybody's making all these excuses. And like I said, I understand the need or the drive or the wish, the desire to feel like they wouldn't do this to you. But, like, what about them says that they wouldn't? So, to point it out, you see this hand up top? One, not only is it unnaturally flat, you see the hand on the bottom? That's also unnaturally webbed. But people are like, oh, it's just a blur. It's just a blur. Okay, cool. You want to prove that it's a blur? That's fine. I'll just let you do that. That hand in the middle is supposed to be DT's hand. Again, you see the webbing, you see the blur, you see the flatness. But even still, even if you are still like, nah, you're wrong. This guy, Mom Donnie, had on 2 rings. 2 rings. 2 rings on the hand that is at the top. Do you see any rings? You don't. Why would rings disappear? You know what I'm saying? So it's that situation for me. For people, okay, you're going to tell me it's blur? Cool. Where'd the rings go? Where did the rings go? That's what I don't understand. And so I have a picture of the handshake just after I got my screenshot. And this is the handshake. Look at the rings. They're there. And his hand is still in the same position, the bottom hand, that I had screenshot a second before, a nanosecond before. So where did his rings go? You get what I'm saying? Like, that's what I mean, is people can excuse all they want to, but the truth and the fact is, what we're seeing is not real. And I'm sorry. That is the truth. I'm so sorry that's the truth. I'm beyond sorry that's the truth. Because it means that we are in a very hellish landscape right now. And that's not cool. And unless we start calling it out, we might end up stuck in Oz, literally, with them continuing to play like the orange man behind the thing, you know? And the crazy thing is that this was from a supposedly another meeting just that same week. And he don't look nothing like himself. He looks like a very healthy image that's still incredibly blurry. Still very blurry. But look how healthy he is. He don't have a wobble chin that should be censored or anything like that. All right, so as I said, I'm not gonna go too much deeper into that, but this is, you know what I mean? He's 5'9", 5'10". That's a short ass 5'10" too. I need to see him standing next to, right next to. I need him standing next to two other people. I need him standing next to Miller, and I need him standing next to the orange man. Which, whatever. But I need to see him standing next to people. Oh wow, you just found like, that's interesting. Your zodiac chart's wrong. Okay, so you see what I'm saying, guys? Like, that's why I can't doubt me. And that's why I'm a little perplexed as to how other spiritual people are not saying anything, are not, or actually, let's correct that. That's why I'm unsure why other spiritual people are saying he's alive. I don't know why they are. Come on, brighten up, brighten up, brighten up. Let me try. Oh, wrong light. Okay, hold on. Brighten up. That's darker. That's brighter. This other light gotta go. Okay, white light. There we go. Cut that one off. All right. So, hold on. Let me see. Remote viewing. There's a menu for questions. Yes. That's why we're all getting those EST elementary school getting put. Yeah, I heard a lot of us gifted people might have been something might have been happening to us in the 80s and 90s. You saw your friend's son being murdered? Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that, Hazel. Wouldn't it be funny if they use EK as a psychic? I don't. She's weird, bro. Hold on. Wait. You know, it's weird because somebody on here who has become my mutual, I forgot how we became mutuals, but she put out something about she's a witch. And then somebody else on here that's platformed is like, no, she ain't. So I'm just like, I'm not part of this discussion. You know, it's really interesting. I don't think people are right all the time. I don't think I am. I mean, like, yeah, I got that we were going to get a hurricane in North Florida. I think this year. That's the other thing. I didn't actually check which year. So I don't know if I'm wrong. I don't know if I'm wrong or if I'm just early. So we'll see. But I got that the hurricane was a P letter. So if that comes out next year, then I was early. Because it was definitely a P. It started with a P. But right now I'm going to count that as I'm wrong. So as I said, I'm not 100%. But I'm damn near close. Whereas there are other people, it's like sometimes they'll say something and they'll be like, see, I was right. I'm like, that was really vague though. It wasn't anything specific. If I got to fill in the blanks, you didn't say anything. They had headphones with TA briefcases and we had to do the puzzles and memory games. Yes. Oh yes, I do remember that. You get visuals. Suze, you might be really good at the remote viewing though. Definitely look that up. I think a scrying, like the obsidian thing, or looking up how to do a scrying bowl of water or whatever it is, that definitely may help with remote viewing. I need to check that out. I'm getting goosebumps, so I think so. Oh man, Hazel, that's crazy. Yeah, sometimes I see in my mind's eye. A lot of times I do, but I do think a lot of our gifts are just beginner gifts and that they grow. And so we got to leave room for growth because I'm doing things I wasn't doing before. Like definitely channeling like that. I mean, I have received mediumship stuff, but y'all saw me. Like I got locked in. I'm like, what the hell? Kidney disease. That's why people keep fainting. It must be warm. What is cancer of the hands? You found next. Dream of marriage separation. I don't know. I'm kind of getting Caroline for that marriage separation, which is weird. Because Christy would make more sense, considering she's cheating. But obviously, if people know she's cheating, her husband doesn't care. So maybe they wouldn't do one. Oh, they might after she gets fired. What do we think about her? I remember her making a lot of money. We'd have to read about her again. Hold on. Why all of a sudden she's around and walking? Yeah. How did I end up all the way back here in the comments? Citrina's helping me learn how to use a pendulum. That's interesting. He's portraying them as they are. Oh my God, I didn't notice that one. Power couple picture. Oh, okay. Marco is 5'9", 5'10". MR. Oh wait, sorry. Yeah, Mr. Oh, you know what? We can call him Mr. Instead of Rubio. I was calling him Lil Marco because that's what he was called, but I like Mr. Mr. M-I-S-T-R. All right. He went to the open, right? Yeah, I saw that he was supposedly at the open, but I think that was well, I'm quite sure now that was a body double. Yeah, and if anybody watched the first administration, you know, pre-AI, if you watch the first administration, she wouldn't even let that man hold her hand. She would swat his hand away, and now they're holding hands. Oh, I'm sorry. Dante, I missed your heart me. Thank you guys for grabbing your heart me. That's awesome. Okay, isn't his hand usually grimy? Yeah. I think we're caught up now. Yeah, that's the thing I'm learning is that these gifts are just beginner gifts. I think they grow as we grow. Being able to find others. Laura, Amy, that's cool. Like you've done it for me twice. Like you found Nyx and you found whatever I lost last time. Oh, my chapstick. No, she didn't want to sit next to his body double either. So I don't think she knew that was his body double. Oh wait, you're talking about what's her face? Maybe. That's possible. That is very possible. Because like I said, I mean, as we just pointed out, she's out more. And so in the places where they're out and they can't control the narrative, that would explain it. Yeah, she had an affair with her security guard. Basically, she pulled a Diana. Oh my God, if they do her like Diana, that'll be funny. Not kill her. I'm talking about like if these people in America treat her like Diana. Yeah, he was a bodyguard. He's a bodyguard. Or something like that. But you know what's really funny? Who sent me that? Becky, I think, sent me that. But Susan Lynn, who is more of a medium, I guess. Psychic medium. I don't claim to be a psychic. I don't like I don't like words. I don't like words because wait, let me fix it. I love words. I don't like labels that feel like they are popular. You know, like people calling themselves a psychic when we know there's a lot of shady people. Like my gifts are real and people don't know that. So if I go around calling myself a psychic, they're going to assume I'm like other people. Like I've already had people like under my dream or one of my videos, they're posting pictures of Miss Cleo. I was like, dude, are you serious? I think this is actually going, oh, I think I just saw my path. This card just fell. You see what that is? I think I found my path for this. And notice it's water. Okay, well, I have to look into what that process is. A high priestess. That doesn't feel bad. Sometimes it feels like people have fake titles, but I'm getting goosebumps and I think that actually fits me. I'm going to have to look into that. Oh gosh, how much more study would that be? That's very interesting. I'm gonna have to withdraw from the world to get through it. All right, so Melania is in her era of opportunity. I've done that, and I've woken up so tired, and I'm like, what the hell just happened? Yeah, so I don't know, candy that feels so big though. It's like, come on, man, are you serious? A high priestess? That's pretty big. I'm just a normal girl. Like, I've been thinking, like, maybe I should run for something. Look. Oh, okay. I'm just gonna shut up and keep going with it. Water, spiritual awakening, new beginnings. Alrighty, and that's a big ass yes card. Okay, I'll look into it. Because I thought about running for something, but I'm like, you know what? They will like eat my ass up for real. Why? Because I have 3 kids from 3 different people. Not 3 kids, 4 kids from 3 different people. Basically, they can use the buzzwords that white America hates, right? They can be like, she got 3 baby daddies. It's like, I have a rapist, 1. How about that? That's how I got my first kid. And then my second kid, I was unhealed. And I was trying to take control of my own life and sexuality. So, yep, messed up. And then 14 years later, I'm with a guy who will eventually become my husband. So, but on paper, it looks really bad. She's been on food stamps. She's been on Section 8. She's a welfare queen. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot they can attack me about that would look disgusting on paper. Because my name's Shaneequa too on top of that. You know what I mean? Like, come on, Mom. Like, you really, like, you gave me the whole package. That's really interesting. Okay. So, I look bad on paper. Let's put it that way. But if I run, it'll be audacious as hell. Yeah, but you don't understand. I'm their fear. You get me? Just like, what's her name? Iman or whatever is her fear too. You think about it? I don't know, Amy. Actually, that feels right for you. That feels right for you. That feels really right for you. I mean, if you want to hire somebody who's outside of politics and who will buck the system, and I mean, you don't get any better than somebody with a story. The divine feminine. I'm learning to reconnect with my feminine. Okay. You're going to do Broadway to make people happy. I'm going to tell you, just so that you know, that's not your path. That's not your destination end, obviously. It could be part of your path, but you're going to go beyond that. Oh my gosh. Again, I just saw cherry blossoms again. And I don't want to say kabuki theater because I don't even know what that is. But I did see you taking all that stuff and creating something pretty amazing, but that honors like a fusion of culture. And again, those cherry blossoms. It's going to go beyond that. I know that. But it feels like the total embracing. Wrong. Embracing. Hold on. It feels like a one-woman play, maybe. And it's crazy successful. But it's, again, just another step on the thing. I don't know. I will say, the more you embrace the more will be revealed. The more you embrace, the more will be revealed. Yeah, Amy, listen. Yeah, I definitely think, Amy, I can see you running. It's a lot like AOC when I think about you, which is interesting. See, is like, it would be successful. Obviously, you'll get people trying to tear you down, but it would be very successful. The people would love it. They'd be celebrating you, and you'd be in a place of leadership. It is, Becky. I'm about to actually. So you'd definitely be in a place of leadership. You would emerge from the fight. That's really interesting. I don't think it's a bad idea. Let me just put it that way. I don't think it's a bad idea. Oh, okay. So, I'm going to do my prayer really quickly. Prayer of protection, because y'all know I can't have no more Charlies popping up in my room. Nope, 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 nope. I put those back wrong, so I have to make sure nothing else is turned upside down. When I tell you I'm wearing these cards out, I love them. Thank God I have a second deck. What? I love them so much, I bought another one, just waiting. I love them so much, I bought a second deck, y'all. Yes. Okay. Definitely. There's an organization. I didn't write it down, but I think it's something like Run Local. They help you run. Run Local. Help. Democrats run for local offices. Not Act Blue. Not Good Party. Goodparty.org helps you learn about campaigns. Oh, runforsomething.net. That's what it's called. It's called Run for Something. Yep. .net is what I see. Runforsomething.net. So, and this is for everybody. If you're even having an inkling, I would just call them and find out more information. They help you get everything you need to actually run. And depending on where you are, like if you're in New York or something, you have to declare by March. So there's time. Yeah, so this is Run, Help, Give. Recruiting and supporting young progressives is one. Moms are powering a sea of change and leadership. They have up there their 2025 strategic plan. Yeah, so this one's runforsomething.net. If you guys are interested, they help you run for your local office, so you got a place to start, you know. And then there's also there's something called Train Dems, like Train Dems, DEMS.org. Then there's Democrats.org, and they have something that says Run for Office. If you're in Miami, they have MiamiDadeDems.org. So y'all can be looking in your local area to see. They have FloridaDems.org for people in Florida like me. They have something called GoodParty.org, which is free resources and tools for candidates. They say they help independent candidates with their elections with free plus low-cost campaign resources. Help progressive candidates. Yeah, so there's so much that's out there to actually help. So if you are feeling an inkling, and I mean more than an inkling, because like me going, maybe I should run for office, that's more of me having an idea as opposed to having a calling. But there are people who are literally called to this. Like Jasmine said, like, this is a calling. You know, she's like, I can run from them and not go for Senate, knowing that they're going to come after me. But she's like, I'm feeling called to this. This is what I need to do because this is what I'm here to do. So if you're feeling something like that, I think that'd be real awesome. I think that'd be really awesome. Yes, Becky is a source of information, you guys. So if you want somebody to you know, give you some of those sources, tap in with Becky Warner, excuse me. Tap in with Becky Warner there. Because she knows several sources. So I think you can sit and complain, or you can listen to your inclinations, you know. And it's I get tired of hearing people talk about, oh, they're all bad. Bullshit. Like, how are they all bad? That's why I say take your negativity somewhere else. You know, they're like, oh, we'll never win. Take your negativity somewhere else. Because it's like, did we lose? Oh, I know why Kamala lost. Did she? I'm still waiting. Aw, see, look, Suze. Listen to your heart. Okay. Well, I don't know if that's the one. But that's what I heard. So weird. You were getting audio from a different live. Yeah, they do weird shit. They might have been trying to dry me out for you. Yeah, it kills me. Okay, so I was listening to iHip early today while I was working on my thing. And I actually meant to comment back. There's criticism, right? And criticism's good. It's good, right? It can be good. I just got a feeling, though, that, and it's weird. I'm like, you can't play both sides. You know what I mean? Like, you can't play both sides. And I don't necessarily mean both sides like in she plays Democrats and she plays Republicans. I don't mean like that. I mean like, okay, let's put it this way. You can't be like, Democrats are shit, right? And you're basically saying the whole Democratic Party. And then on the other hand, say, you gotta vote, you gotta vote, you gotta vote, you gotta vote. Who are they voting for? If I was not a person of my own mind, and I'm looking to different people and places to help me figure things out, like, what am I gonna do? I wouldn't know what to do listening to her podcast. Because all she says is, all the Democrats have capitulated. Blah, 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 blah. I'm like, no, they haven't. There are so many Democrats who are actually fighting. Girl, listen, Kai, like, for real. Expecting a politician to be perfect is delusional. But here's the other thing. They only expect Democrats to be perfect. Like, they literally only expect Democrats to be perfect. But then they're like, y'all act like y'all perfect. What? Or, you know, the other thing I heard her say was, Democrats think you're stupid. Okay. Democrats think you're stupid. They think you don't blah, 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 right? I'm like, okay. And then she says, you know, I feel sorry for the Republican base because they don't know any better. They don't, I'm just, wait, what? Like, how do you have compassion? Okay. So it really occurred to me today. It's like, while she has good points and stuff, I don't know if she just gets heated and just says stuff to be heated, or if at this point we're just saying stuff to be clickbaity, or at this point we're just saying stuff because we're starting to like our star rising. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I kind of know. I mean, if my spirit's talking and whispering, say, "Did you hear that?" I'm like, "Oh, girl, you dangerous. You're very dangerous." Because if I was a young person, or if I was an undecided person, or if I was this or this or that, you're dangerous. You know, because I can see people being very, very confused, and being so confused that they don't vote. Like they do sit out. And I think voting should be absolutely mandatory, just like jury duty is. Like, why aren't they both mandatory? Because they don't want it to be mandatory, obviously. They don't want you to exercise your vote, obviously. But it's just, girl, you're dangerous. You are very dangerous. You're very confusing. Do you know what you want? You know what I mean? And it's just really sad. Yeah, in Australia, it's mandatory. In Brazil, even, it's mandatory. You know, it is our right. Exactly. And we have no rehabilitation for people who have served their time. Like, there's no expiration date to never being able to vote. Meanwhile, our vote rules their lives. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know. Like, even just thinking about her and talking about her, I feel incredibly somber. I was going to say sad, but that's not the word. I feel somber. I feel like she's more harm than she is good. Criticism, great. Call them out about APAC money, sure, fine. But, and then she's doing the thing the Republicans do, which is repeat the same message over and over and over and over again. And so they need to have moral clarity, and that's all she's saying over and over and over again. Now, I personally get tired of hearing the same thing over and over again. And I understand some people do need to hear things over and over again. But at the place that you're saying something the same way, the same exact way, over and over and over again, I don't think you believe it. I just think it's a soundbite. You know what I mean? I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But the authenticity, the sincerity, and the integrity seems to be missing. Now, that said, I'll tell you, I'm a left-leaning moderate. I am. I'm not extreme on any side. But that said, I'm a never Trumper. Like, period. I've always been. Like, you know, I might have thought about McCain. I might even thought about Mitt Romney. I ain't never had a thought about that man. You know, it's really interesting. We got the minor arcana death card. I need to pray before I get into all this stuff. Well, that's the other part too, right, Kai? Like, there are foreign movements getting involved in politics that aren't theirs. And so at one point, I'm like, okay. Some of these liberal type of podcasters are on the take as well. I'll put it that way. And if you watch how they talk, a lot of times though, they're doing it to, like, the take may not be from a company direct, but the take is definitely to the income attached to their podcast. You hear what I'm saying? So it's like, okay, this made people react more. Let me say this more. Let me do this more. You know what I mean? Instead of like still being guided by your own principles, you're instead guided by your algorithm and your analytics. That makes you on the take. You are now beholden to the company that pays you. Yeah. Does that make sense? I don't know. And we pray. All right. Exactly. That's what it feels like. That's what it feels like. I wasn't wrong. That's what it is. It's like walking away from why it started. And what's really interesting, I actually started calling them out on their podcast. Excuse me. Because a lot of times, especially when they're interviewing somebody else, like people have a great time talking to Jennifer because Jennifer is sharp-witted, and you know what I mean. Like she's just very sharp and quick, and I guess have an it factor about her. You know what I mean? But Pumps is a little slower. She has her own intelligence in a different way, right? Because she was a lawyer or something. So there's something for her to offer. But I think the slower part is her deference to Jennifer. I don't think she's slower intellectually. Thank you, Jennifer. I think she is an abused woman, if you understand what I mean. So it's like, let me take my place. Let me bow my head. Let me step away. You know, let me walk in your shadow. Whereas, and so a lot of times, especially lately, this is what I'm talking about lately, because I actually started listening to them accidentally earlier this year. The more Jennifer Starr rises, the more she overtalks her, the more she asserts that she thinks things are only her way, or like the way she sees it is the only way. I see her trying to correct herself now, but I've called them out a few times on their podcast. I was like, you need to let her finish speaking. You need to respect her when she's speaking. You know, like you made a good point. However, she was speaking. Like I've started doing that over the last couple of months because it's rude as hell. And then if they're interviewing other people, that person vibes well with Jennifer. And, you know, Pumps or whatever her real name is, doesn't have a chance to really get in there. Thank you, Jennifer. Oh, shoot. Let me get these questions answered now that I've prayed. So, okay, y'all get what I'm saying. All right, good. It's like, I'm not trying to disparage. I'm not liking what I feel when I listen. So I actually don't listen much anymore. It's just I was working, so it was just in the background. I think the conversation's very divisive. First, let me answer the other person, and then I'll get to you. So, yeah, I just think it's really divisive. That's the main point of what I'm saying. Who did I miss? I don't want to skip you, so I want to make sure I do you first. What was the name? I forgot, you guys. Okay. Oh, there we go. Record. How did I find that record? Pirate, are you still here? If you're still here, let's go ahead and ask your question. Because, girl, how did this time fly by without me doing that? How did I find this record? Like, I need to know. How did I find this record? That was cool. Now, I wish I knew how I can find it. Okay, I don't know if she's here. If she's here, please speak up. I'm sorry, girl. How did I miss you? Y'all, she gave that gift 3 hours ago. I didn't realize 3 hours had passed. Wait, 3 hours. Girl, we on 4 hours and 10 minutes. It was literally just 1 hour and 21 minutes. How the hell did that happen? All right, so. What do you mean? What do you mean I asked if my guys delivered? Girls, it's almost 5. Oh, the damn time jump. Look at it. It just be happening. Okay. Let me put these away. Let's get to this yes, no question. Will just be talking. Just be talking. Aaron and Jennifer. How y'all gonna make it? Oh, where y'all at? Welcome to Jamaica. That's all we do. Girl, why is that song playing in my head? That's all we do. First you love me, then you hate me. That's a game for fools. I need to look up those lyrics because they're playing for you. Well, Jennifer and Aaron. Yes, but I need to look at y'all know when the songs start is like pay attention. Jennifer and Aaron. Okay. Well, Jennifer and now it's way too many cards. Y'all know. Yeah, way too many cards. Way too many cards. One card, please. Well, Jennifer and Aaron. Will they make up? Remember, we only read the cards as they are. We don't read any reversals. Okay. I need to know that it's forever, though. Yes? Yes? Okay. Yes? No. Okay. What about Jennifer and Aaron's relationship? Can you tell me about Jennifer and Aaron's relationship? Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay, but this is the card, right? This one? Yes. Okay. Ooh. Yeah, no. What does that one say? Okay, so let me just ask one more question. Is this just for now? Is that just for now? Okay. So, will they later? Will this happen? They make it? Oh, okay. Will they reconnect later? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So, as far as later, what's that relationship gonna look like? Okay. 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 All right, cool. Okay, so my own curiosity, so I needed to find out. So I will tell you that it looks like no, not right now, right? So this is a divine detour. It definitely is something about finding yourself. Turn down. Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah, I can't do too much light. Yeah, so this is something about finding yourself. It's about, and it's going to make it clear in a second when I show you the other cards. But like I said, this one here is definitely about like, what do you want What do you want to have out of life? Like, those are things that you need to be thinking about separate of a person. So what it's saying here is that right now, someone else is getting the version of them that you actually want. Let me see. Okay. So, so what I would suggest, and I'm getting goosebumps, so this is backing me up here. So what I would suggest for you then is to, hold on, there we go, is to focus on you right now in this season. Like I said, focus on what you want, focus on where you want to go, focus on what you want to be, focus on who you want to grow into. And that's why you can't be a part of a partnership yet, because you will bend yourself to be what they want, especially now that a breakup has happened. You would be trying to make sure another one doesn't happen. So you'll be less of who you are, and that is not the plan. And so right now, that just means that they're going through a learning season, and that's going to be something that might have you feeling jealous. So keep your eyes off of them, because you don't want to watch them give somebody else the version that you've been asking for. Keep your eyes off of them. This is your warning, because it's not your season. And I'm going to say yet, because I asked, due to all the cards that fell out, I saw yes, no, yes and no cards, and I saw specific no cards, and I saw specific yes cards. And I'm like, okay, so this is telling me that this is a not right now in the season type of thing. So I pulled on it and I said, will it happen eventually? And the answer is yes. And I said, how will it happen? And it will happen this way, by asking for what you want. So what does that mean? That means you have to know what that is. Okay. Not only does that mean you have to know what that is, that means that you have to also know who you are in order to feel like you deserve it. Right? So that's a not right now type of thing. That's a not even in this next year type of thing. It felt more like 3 years, but don't hold me to that. That's just what came up in mind when I first was doing this reading. And then, so then I asked, something along those same lines of, oh no, then I asked, tell me about the relationship then. And so when I got another yes of go for it, so it will happen, but it's going to be later on in life. And it is because love is still there. Okay. So both of you have a journey to go through right now. As you grow separately, but you also grow up. And hopefully you also grow individually stronger, so that when you get together, it is absolute strength, right? It's going to be absolute strength. So, no. Short answer. No, you're not going to get back together. Not right now. Okay. So I was curious, so I delivered it a little bit stronger than just the yes, no that I have up there. And I was curious because of how the other cards fell out. So, does that make sense to you? I hope it does. Okay, awesome. Now, let me tell you this. As you grow, you don't grow with the intention of getting back together. Don't even put that in your head. Like, I almost didn't tell you about it. I just want to know for myself. Don't put it in your head. As you grow, you're growing for you, okay? Do not be growing for another person. This is for you to discover you, all right? So, I'm glad that was a good one for you. Thank you. Real quick, guys, I pinned these at the bottom here. You should see them here in the shopping cart. Okay, good. Good. Please make sure that you grow for yourself. So I did put them down here in the shopping cart. Y'all see how beautiful they are? You see how strongly they are? Oh, look. I guess this is at the bottom of the deck, so this is for you too, girl. Trust yourself that you're making the right decision. So I love these cards. They're really good. And by the same person, okay, so these are called the Inner Love Tarot cards. So it's Inner Love, oops. These are the Inner Love Tarot cards. They come in a nice box. It's awesome. But by the same person, were the other cards that I use. I use the Love Oracle cards to just give me a little bit more information. And so these beautiful cards are also by her. So they're both in my shopping cart. Love Vibes Oracle. Y'all should check them out and literally check out. Don't just put them in your cart. She ships fast. Now, I don't know if it'll get to you before Christmas, but she does ship fast. And if you're a person who reads online, I would suggest these just because of all the love questions we get often. All right. So those are also in my shopping cart. You all. Candy, you like them, right? Aren't they beautiful? Okay, y'all. All right, so we're calling for personal readings. If you are interested in a personal reading, it's right here at this menu. Otherwise, we're going to get started on this political reading. Okay. Yes. Real quick, if you want to know what a past, present, future is, that's a certain spread. So like if you ask a question, it would look at the past, like how did we get here, the present, like where we are, and the future, like what's the likely outcome at this point. And y'all remember, all energy is changeable, mutable. It all depends on other people's choices and directions and all that stuff, you know. So don't be expecting everything to be 100% because things do change as people do. I remember I was like in love with this boy. I was 13. He was my friend's brother. And I used to go out and catch that first star deliberately. I'd be like, starlight, star bright, first star I see tonight. Wish I may, have a wish night. I wish he would love me. It took 5 years. 5 years. I was 18. He was only a year older than me. But I got him. And then I ain't want him. So you gotta be careful what you ask for. And then finally he got married. I was like, oh, thank God. Because every time I saw him, he was like, what's up with me and you? Nothing at all, baby. I had that. I don't want that no more. When are my cards coming out? Girl. You do them for the USA with your oracles? Ooh, I haven't done USA for oracle. I don't know what I would want them to look like yet. Probably something water-based because I'm heavy on water. Actually, no. It would be elemental. She made a certain gesture in history. Who did? Who made a certain gesture? I think it would be elemental. You know what I would love? I would love some airbender tarot because they really could put a story there if they wanted to. I need to see if they have any. And I mean, not like these. Oh, I forgot to cleanse them. Not like these villains tarots. These villain tarots don't tell a story to me at all. But like the airbender ones could. And then you have all the elements there. So that should make it easy. Oh my God, that would be so awesome. Girl, you had a crush on in high school. She ended. Oh, very lucky. Really? It's just like, I don't feel like I know enough. You know what I mean? Ooh. Speaking of lovers. Okay. Speaking of lovers. What's really funny is this is my card. I'm a Gemini. Hey, Dakota. I'm a Gemini, so. You know what? I'm going to write that down. Elemental. Elemental. But they would be oracles. They wouldn't be tarot. Because tarot, I would have a lot to learn. Ah, oh, damn you, Becky. I'm like, maybe. Girl, now it's planted. It's so planted. Okay, so. All right. Who's first? Oops. Who's our first victim? You have 3 decks? I think I would definitely want to do a self-love deck because I'm really big on self-love and personal development. Make sure nothing's left behind. No card left behind. Okay, who should we do? Let me open my notes. Hold on. Okay. I love that lighter. I love it. I love tech. That's why I hate that these tech boys are so evil. I love tech. You know, it's really crazy. Should I do a whole new live? That way I can easily download the reading live because we're 4.5 hours in before we're doing a reading. That's a long time to be waiting. Okay, let's do that. Y'all are welcome back. I'm going to go ahead and cancel this, but you're definitely welcome to come back. So I'm going to end this here. And when we come back, we're going to get started with a reading. That way it's a whole separate live. And this one's already, what, 5 hours? 4.5 hours. So yeah, let's do that. All right. I'll see y'all in like 30 seconds. Come back now. You hear? Oh, child.